All right, welcome on in, everybody. We're going to be continuing on today with Canto 2. Now, I don't think we are going to get through the entirety of this one tonight. Yesterday, I was grossly ill-advised that, in 4 hours, you'll definitely get finished with Canto 1. Yeah, needless to say, I think I streamed over 10 and a half hours yesterday between my two streams. So, yeah, that one went a little bit long. So I'm kind of hoping that tonight I'm going to be a little more careful about that. So we're going to do about 4 hours. We'll see where we get. Ideally, I would like to make it to, I think it's 217 so that I can do, or 219. I like to make it to 219 at the minimum so I can do my other daily for thread farming or whatever it is. We did our beginner banner pulls last time and kind of sort of got skunked. We didn't really get much. Our triple was the Rose Spanner Workshop representative. Ironically enough, it turned out to be a trimmer character, which was a mechanic that I was struggling with, but at least understand now a little bit more. But other than that, we didn't really get anything of note, unfortunately. Good evening, Shinosuke and Slice. Hope you're doing well. I mentioned the audio pop. Can I tell you how to fix it? I will. Let's not do it on stream here, but I'll either show you on Discord, or maybe I'll make a little quick video and show you what I do to work on that. It is annoying as all get out, and once you hear it, you can't not hear it. I'm sorry I drew your attention to it. Slice, not loving the gachas. This one is very different, I'll say that. This one's very different. It's more of a single player game that just has that on the side, but I understand the aversion for some people, so no problems. Okay, I don't think I want to mess around too much. My energy is apparently full up. I kind of thought it wasn't going to be full up when I logged in, so yeah, let's go ahead and get spinning. So last time around, we met our protagonist, Dante, who was trying to scribe his aspect of a star or something, and he got ambushed, and he had to hide his head, so he replaced his head with a giant flaming clock, as you do, and he has joined Limbus Company as the manager of the 12 Sinners. The Sinners are 12 people that work for Limbus Company for whatever reason, maybe some a little more willingly than others. And we are going around trying to scavenge the golden boughs, which were how the Lobotomy Corporation used to produce its energy. And we attempted to get one. At the end of Canto 1, we kind of got hoodwinked and robbed, so we did not manage to secure what we were supposed to. Our guide, Virgil, chewed us out, and that's where we ended there. I have heard that Canto 2 is a weird tone shift and a little bit of the weaker Cantos, but you know what? We made it through the date chapter 2 of Neverness to Everness. I'm sure it can't be as cringy as that. So I'm sure it'll be just fine because, ooh lad, that was a bad chapter. That was a bad chapter. I did go through and I read all the skills, so I'm at least a little bit more with it than I was. I'm sure I'm going to still be making all kinds of mistakes, but at least now I vaguely understand what I'm doing. We will probably generically try to use the trimmer team because that's the team I have at the moment, or we'll see what we get up to. I do think I'm going to try to hold out and not be doing any extractions because it sounds like we're really close to their wool persists or whatever it's called event in the next couple weeks, and we'll just pull on that because that's a lot more exclusive than the other one. So what we have is what we got, unless they give me free pulls or something that I have to use. We're just gonna make do. I've heard that the base centers are good enough. We'll see. Hopefully we can at least make it through. I'm at least committing to going through Canto 3. I've heard that like if you get to Canto 3, you'll know if you do or don't like the game. So I'm at least gonna dedicate myself to at least going that far, and then we'll make a decision whether I'm still having fun and whether people are still enjoying it. All right, that's a whole lot of preamble. Let's go ahead and hop in there. I am on the right camera preset. Hey, Cross, how's it going? Well, Purchase will most likely be announced tomorrow and go live possibly next week. Yeah, that's kind of what I heard. Oh, okay, one more tangent. I was a little surprised. Most gacha games that are kind of old, when you sign up a new account, you have a whole bunch of like free stuff in the mail. This game really doesn't have a lot of freebies. It was kind of stingy if I'm being honest. I was a little surprised by that, but that's all right. I don't need to be bribed. We'll move on from there. All right, so Inferno, we are going to go into Canto 2. I'm also planning on just eating the audio claims today, so we'll see how bad it is or if we get any, just so I can figure out where we're at on that. So we are going to be doing Canto 2, The Unloving. Cross, since you seem to know things about this game, how many stages are in this one? So I need to get to 219 to do thread farming. How many stages does this Canto have? I've heard some of these get ridiculously long. All right, let's see what kind of trouble I can get myself up to. We're gonna get some clear rewards. Let's go. The vibes inside the bus weren't all that lively. I could hear Rodna's occasional quips and the raucous Heathcliff starting pointless quarrels with someone, probably Don Quixote or Sinclair, as well as Ryoshu demanding a light for a cigarette, having run out of lighter fluid. Normally, Gregor would have been the center I'd rely on to bring some much-needed levity among the gripes and disorder. Yeah, he's still feeling kind of buggy. It's all right, man. But now he was one of the quietest. He was just staring out the window, seemingly lost in deep thought. One thing was for sure, though. If anyone wanted to blame for trashing the mood on the bus, it would be Virgilius. The journey to retrieve the golden bough was awfully arduous one, putting us on the brink of death, and some past that, more than several times, not to mention the occasional crisis that almost has getting kicked out of the company. Yet, Virgilius refused to put himself in our shoes. Given everything going on, it's hardly surprising that the bus is thick with the sinner's bottled-up frustration. In the end, Ishmael, who'd had enough of it, finally decided to speak up.
이제 다음 장소는 어디인지 정도는 말해줘야 되는 거 아닌가요?
The least you can do is let us know where our next destination is, you know. Oh, sorry about that.
너희에게 임무를 설명해줄 가치가 있을지 고민하던 참이었어.
I was wondering whether the briefing, the mission to you fools was going to be worth the effort. Ouch, that hurt. Don't you know kids who fall behind need extra care?
간곡히 부탁하건대 이번만큼은 망신을
Then I can't help but plead for you not to embarrass me this time.
보합기조를 데리고
I sure don't want to look like a teacher taking a bunch of grade schoolers out for a picnic. I mean, how long is this bus? Are we possibly on the short bus? The short Limbus?
특히 우리 로지온에겐
I have high hopes for you in particular, Rodinia.
이번엔
No,
훌륭한
Rodian.
가이드가 되어줄 수도.
You might just make a good guide for this tour. Huh? Sure, I know I'm pretty exceptional, but I'm not sure what I can do to guide the team in place I've never been to.
걱정 마. 익숙하다 못해 친숙한 곳일 테니.
19 stages. Oh no. Okay. I have my doubts that I'm going to be able to get that far then. I've heard Canto 2 is much longer than Canto 1. Not to worry, you'll definitely more than feel at home at our next destination, the nest of hedonism, a place where you can either hit the jackpot or rock bottom with very little in between. J Corp. Great. Even Rodna's clammed up now.
이참에 한탕 두둑하게 챙겨보는 것도 나쁘지 않겠지.
Well, I suppose it wouldn't be so bad to hit it big while we're at it.
야, 도착하면 아무나 깨워라.
Oi, someone wake me up when we get there.
공교롭게도 이번엔 지부 앞까지 모셔다 두진 못하게 되었습니다, 손님.
Unfortunately, the bus will not be dropping you off at the branch entrance this time, dear passenger.
카론, 정차.
Karan, park the bus.
카론,
Karan?
차가 뭐야?
What's park?
멈추란 뜻이다.
It means stop.
멈추는 건 빨간색. 카론이 맛없어하는 빨간색.
Stops are red. Red tastes bad to Karan. Muttering under her breath, Karin hit the brakes without warning, sending most of the cinders flying face first into the seats ahead of where the rest were being thrown to the ground. Hey, the 2012 Ace Man, thank you very much for the $20 super chat. Hope you enjoyed the story babble. Well, so far so good. I have enjoyed it. I mentioned earlier, I did hear that Canto 2 is a little weird tone-wise, but that's okay. Like I mentioned earlier, I can handle a little bit weird. Thank you very much for your support, man. Much appreciated. And I was not an exception. A cacophony of complaints and shouts erupted, and while I couldn't clearly catch what the sinners were yelling, I'd wager a good half of them were profanities, so perhaps it was best that I couldn't make them out.
힘이 넘치는 건 좋군. 내려.
Aren't you bursting with energy today? Good, now get off.
목적지까지는 한참 남았던데. 아, 택시를 불러줄 건가요?
But it looks like we're still quite a distance to cover. Are you gonna call a taxi for us?
파우스트 씨가 자세히 설명해 주겠지만 이번엔 지난번 임무와는 많은 차이가 있을 겁니다. 단테.
Miss Faust will give you a full rundown, but be aware that this mission is going to be quite different from the last one, Dante.
왜냐하면 이번엔 황금 가지를 탈환해야
This is because you are to retrieve the golden bow
카지노에
from the underground floor of a casino.
설마 저 골목 한가운데에 있는 번쩍번쩍한 건물들인가?
Do you mean to tell us that it's somewhere among the brightly lit buildings lined up at the center of the street? Correct.
저것들 중 하나다.
It's one of the buildings there.
지난번 잠입했던 로보토미 지부는 오랫동안 방치된 곳이었죠.
The Lobotomy branch facility we infiltrated last time was one that had been neglected for quite a while. So you mean that was the exception?
이렇게 보면 머리를 굴릴 줄 아는 직원이 없는 것도 아닌데 이전 작전은 왜 그렇게 무참하게 망쳤을까?
See, it's time like this that reminds me this team is not exactly short on critical thinkers, which only makes me wonder how your last mission ended up in such a disastrous failure. Dude, I don't think we can take the blame for that. How are we supposed to know we would get ambushed while we were in a, fugue state?
황금 가지는 많은 기술이 응축된 강력한 에너지원.
The golden bow is a potent energy source, holding the essence of many technological marvels.
강한 에너지는
With energy that powerful, people and money are sure to follow, laying the groundwork for an entire civilization before you know it.
그렇기에 이후로 방문할 곳도 다른 집단들이 자리를 메우고 있을 가능성이 크죠.
Ergo, it's likely that our future destinations will have been occupied by other factions and organizations as well. Which, in turn, indicates that we should be prepared to also visit a wide variety of venues in addition to this casino.
처음 임무는 비교적 쉬운 편이었다는 뜻이기도 하지. 멋들어지게 실패해버렸지만
It also means that your first mission was an easy one. Makes it all the more baffling how it turned your guaranteed success into a defeat. Is he always this petty and vindictive?
모르지.
Beats me. We've only had a bit more time with him than you have.
뭐라 그랬지? 림버스 컴퍼니에 입사한 걸 환영한다. 나는 안내자 베르길리우스라고 하지.
What'd he say again? Something like, "Welcome to Limbus Company. I'm your guide, Virgilius," and all that.
방금 되게 잘 따라하지 않았어?
Yeah, pretty good impression, wasn't it?
그러고 보니 무게를 엄청 잡긴 했지. 입사하자마자 퇴직원을 내도 되는지 물어볼 뻔했다니까.
Gotta admit, he definitely has that bossy, overbearing tone. Nearly made me want to quit on the spot. I get the feeling that the rest of you had the same thought, more or less.
무슨 소리요? 그것은 역사적인 날이었지. 특색 해결사 붉은 시선의 부름을 받는다는 건 정말이지 영광스러운.
Nonsense. 'Twas a day to go down in history, to be summoned into the service of the Red Gaze himself. Truly, there are no honor greater than the color addressing your...
그래도 한 명 정도는 팬이 있었나 봐.
I guess he does have a fan amongst us after all.
그러게나 말이야.
Looks like it. Rhoda and Gregor started snickering to themselves, their mood noticeably improving.
다들 말이 필요 이상으로 많군. 버스 안에서의 세 번째 규칙을 만들고 싶게 하진 않았어.
I'm hearing far too much unnecessary chatter. Don't give me a reason to add a third rule to the bus. Come on, that's just being plain petty. Employees need some space to vent about their boss, you know.
다음엔 째째한 내가 듣지 못하는 곳에서 해줬으면
Next time, do it out of earshot of your petty boss.
난 보기보다
I'm more fragile than I look, you see.
다들 이만 하차하지. 이번엔 부디.
Right, time to get up and move. I sure hope to see you return with a golden bow in your hands this time.
이번에도 실패하면 어떻게 할 건데?
And if we bugger it twice?
혹시 모르지. 카론이 갑자기 개폐 버튼을 잊어버려서.
Who knows? Karan might suddenly forget which button opens the door to let you in.
버튼 빨간색 맛없는 색이야.
button red. Yucky color.
이것은 미친놈.
He's a psycho, this bloke. Yeah, you're one to talk.
네, 뭐
UITGAAN.
네모.
And that means
내리자 머저리들 이란 뜻이다.
shorthand for useless idiotic travelers go and abscond now. Heathcliff shot Ryushu a glare as though he were ready to unload a barrage of insults at her before deflating with a long, loud sigh. He backed down in a way that wasn't quite like his usual self, seemingly accepting the fact that caving her skull in with the bat wouldn't accomplish anything. You've really taken all the fun out of when I beat you. God. Okay, one down. The pawn shop. Okay, we're gonna have a fight this time. It looks like it's gonna be cut is the weakness. Yeah, unfortunately, our starting draws were pretty garbage, I'll be honest. I was really hoping, I've heard that the cut is like the early game affinity to make things easy, and we pretty much crashed out on that. All right, let's see what the pawn shop has in store for us. Okay, so I do have one question here, if I have anybody who can answer it tonight. So I've been told that we should put our strongest identity as number 1 because they're more likely to, well, they start with the 2 attacks earlier. If Rose Workshop is my strongest identity, but she relies on popping Trimmer, should I still put her at the beginning? Or should I put her towards the end where she's more likely to do the Trimmer burst and actually blow things apart? I couldn't really decide, and I didn't really have a lot of like stages to test it on. So the way I had it here was, yeah, he can put Trimmer on. She vaguely can via like ego. She can add some or pop it. If she fails to pop it, he might be able to pop it. And then I didn't have a 4th Trimmer unit, so I put in Otis because people seem to really like the ego that Otis has, and I think I understand why it's good, so I dropped that in there. I won't wait for that one, but if anyone wants to answer that, I'm welcome to it. All right, let's go see if this works or not.
효율적이라면.
계획을 설명드리죠.
Probably be better to be in number 1 since you don't really have a strong Trimmer structure. You want the stronger unit. Does the order of your units affect their speed at all? It seemed to me like the people at the beginning were faster, but that may have just been happen chance to how I built my team. Allow me to give you a rundown of the plan. Our primary objective is to infiltrate the casino incognito. This will be critical for successful recovery of the Golden Bough. According to the information we've acquired, the casino has 3 entrances. One for ordinary visitors, one reserved for VIPs, and lastly, the back door used for employees. We'll split into 3 groups to cover each entrance. 4 of us will disguise as Roipers, 4 as guests, and the last 4 will play the role of VIPs.
확실히 집단으로 다닐수록 눈에 띄지.
It affects it on speed draws. The deployment order matters in which the ID will act first. Okay. Working in small groups will certainly draw less attention. It's wiser to divide rather than unite.
누가 어떤 역할을 맡을지는 나눠드린 봉투를 열어서 확인하세요.
You can find your assigned roles in the envelopes distributed.
그리고 이번 작전에서
Also, the company's higher-ups have expressed concern about our performance.
앞으로의 계획에 큰 차질이 생길 거라는
They stress that the company's future plans hinge on our successful retrieval of the Golden Bough through this operation.
그래서 이번엔 합동 작전으로 갑니다.
Therefore, we will carry out the objective by means of a joint operation. Joint operation? Our partner is a special forces unit consisting of professionals and veterans.
지금은 LCC 클리어 부서라고 불리던가요? 잠입 작전에서만
I believe they are now monikered as LCC, short for Limbus Company Clearance Department. Rest assured that their abilities far exceed our own in espionage.
이미 이 정도로도 충분히 많다고 생각하는데요.
Aren't 12 already enough? Anything more than that's basically a crowd.
숫자가 중요한 게
Guess someone finally realized that more isn't always merrier.
우와, 다른 부서를 보는 건 처음이네요. 어디 계시나요?
Wowzers! I haven't met the staff from the other teams before. Where are they now? Hong Lu looked around as though he was expecting Faust to introduce us to our partners any second. Needless to say, no one showed up.
우린 전당포로 갑니다.
We'll be heading to the pawn shop.
요새도 그런 가게들이 있나?
Is pawning still a thing these days?
이곳은 전당포의 거리라고도 불릴 만큼
We're in the so-called Pawnbrokers Avenue. Most businesses double as a pawn
저
shop here.
가게가 합류 지점이에요.
That
들어가죠.
shop over there is our rendezvous point. Let's head inside. That's kind of like almost like a Chinatown vibe there. All right, and as usual, we're getting attacked in the street. You can see the casino off in the distance. And a change in music too. Okay, let's see what we can do here. So, remind myself, you guys. All right, slashing, which we don't really do a ton of here. And you have no other weaknesses. You have 24 HP. Gotcha. 4, 4, and 4. You're attacking my front people. Okay. And you're using 3+3 single coin, single coin, single coin. All right. No choice, no choice, no choice. All right, here. I guess I do actually need to look at this. So that's the attack up. That's rupture. So we're going to have no trimmer at that point. So we'll add trimmer. No choice, go.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
어떠냐?
Hopefully with our power-ups that we got for beating the last chapter, it'll be enough to kind of force our way through here. We have a staggered guy. All right, you got 2 attacks. All right, he's got 2 coming into him. We'll see if we can intercept one of those. A 2+5, 3+2, 2 coin, and a 4+6, 1 coin. Okay, so she did not roll particularly great. We'll have her. Actually, no, I'm not able to do that, am I? Because these are not anomalies. Right, right. Okay, so we'll do that. If we're faster, we do extra damage. We will be faster. Here, we'll go ahead and pop the trimmer if we have any left, which I highly doubt we do. Actually, he could pop trimmer. Okay, we'll add trimmer. He'll pop it if he attacks the same guy. Attack up, sure. Yeah, boy, trimmer's definitely not what I would have picked for my first character.
쉽네.
Yeah, this one's probably worth just picking the win rate button on. I definitely prefer the anomaly encounters so far, at least. I feel like there's a lot more strategy where I actually like look at my speeds and whatnot. And here, yeah, there's not really a lot of choice here. We'll hit you with the defense down, no choice. I'm faster than you, no choice. Take the damage up, go.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
I do think I'm at least getting the basic idea down for how the clashes work.
쉽네.
Splat. Focus encounters are indeed the community favorite. Yeah, there's just more to it.
가뜩이나 좁아터진 가게구만.
Ain't that too many visitors at once? The shop's cramped as it
그럼
is.
물어볼 거요? 아니면 마작점으로 볼 거요?
So, which one do you prefer to test your luck on? Trump's Moyang? As we enter the shop, we were met with a gruff greeting from an old
이게
pawnbroker.
뭐라는 거냐?
What's that blighter on about?
저만 제이사 안내 책자 읽어온 거예요?
Am I the only one here who read up on J-Corp?
떠나기 전에
Virgilius gave us a pamphlet to peruse before we left.
뭐 표지 정도는 봤던 것 같기도 하고.
I vaguely remember looking at the cover.
이곳에서는 그날 하루의 운에 따라서 받을 수 있는 지불금도 달라져요.
Here, you get loaned different amounts depending on your fortune for the day.
대복이면 값을 더 치러주겠지만
Draw-
흉에 가까워질수록
Drawing great
돈도
fortune rewards you with
번지게 되는
bonus cash, but the closer you draw to misfortune, you'll be paid far under the pawn's value.
아, 그러고 보니 우리 집은 아예 점을 보는
Ah,
사람들이
that reminds me, my
정식으로
family had hired
고용하게
dedicated
됐어요.
fortune tellers before.
집을 나오기 직전에 봤던 점에 대복을 뽑았는데 이렇게 다 같이 만날 운명을 암시한 거였나 봐요.
They divined a great fortune for me before I left. That must have been a sign that I would join all you wonderful people on my journey.
와, 묘복한 집에서 신선 노름이나 해왔던 게 당신의 운명이라니. 저도 다음에는 그런 운명으로 태어나길 기도해야겠네요.
Wow, good for you. That must have been a nice, enjoying the high life of fancy pastimes in that mansion of yours. That come bundled with a silver spoon fortune? Maybe I should start praying for that kind of luck in my next life. if there's even one.
난 사양이야.
I'm good.
저런 놈들이
It's well-off gits like him that tend to play dirty.
그럴 수도 있겠네요. 저도 어렸을 때부터 제 동생하고는 같이 놀기 싫었던 것 같아요.
You might be right, actually. I don't-
부렸거든요.
I didn't like to get along with my younger sibling when I was little. Always tried to cheat and grouch if things didn't go as desired.
아니 내가 말한 건 그런 뜻이 아니고.
No, that's not what I meant by playing dirty.
다들 좀 볼 거야 말 거야.
Are you gonna get your fortune told or not?
그런데 시방 저당 잡을 걸 가지고 있긴 한 거요?
Actually, forget fortune telling. Did you people even bring anything to pawn? I'm not seeing any glowies on you. The pawnbroker glanced at each sinner with a dubious look in his eyes and landed on me.
저 시계머리는
Ah, that clock head might fetch a good sum.
얼마로 예상하는데 영감?
How much do you think it'll sell for, old pal? Rodya, why are you even asking about that?
받으셨을지 모르겠지만
Actually,
저희는 림버스 컴퍼니 소속으로
as you were likely contacted in advance, we're from Limbus Company, and unfortunately, neither the sinners nor the pawnbroker was paying any attention to Faust's words.
이 손수건은 집 나올 때 가져왔던 건데요.
Ah, I did bring me this handkerchief with me when I left home.
비단의 용자수를 놓았군. 바늘땀이 꼼꼼한 게 이 정도면 700만 안?
Oh, that dragon embroidered on silk. That's some meticulous needlework. That might net you, let's see, 7 million?
그깟 천조각이 그렇게 비싸다고?
A crummy piece of cloth is worth that much? You better check your eyeballs for cataracts, you old geezer.
어? 이런 고급품을 못 알아봐. 아휴, 그런 고물 반지나 끼고 있으니.
What? Don't you recognize the quality of this craftsmanship? No wonder. Guess that explains why you're parading around that ratty ring on your finger like it's a real treasure.
뭐라고 했냐?
What did you just say? Boy, out of my way. I'm just gonna.
아우 시끄러.
Hey, geez, cut it out. Dante, shut him up or something.
걱정했잖아요, 파우스트.
You had worried Faust. Amongst the racket of the pawn shop chaos, I could make out a remarkably kind and gentle voice carrying through.
필요한 시간은 4시였는데 15분이나 지나버려서 당신이 시계 보는 법을 까먹었을 리는 없을 테고요.
You're 15 minutes late to our agreed upon rendezvous time at 4. Surely you haven't forgotten how to read a clock. Is that a clock pun? I approve.
네, 버스를 운전한 건 제가 아니니까요.
I certainly haven't, but I was not the one charged with driving the bus.
아하, 그래서 이런 시계 인간까지 데리고 다니는 거야? 알람 기능까진 없었나?
Aha, is that why you're letting this clock human tag along with you? I suppose they do come with a timer function. Following the gentle voice was a snide remark of a man who didn't even attempt to hide his disdain. Hey, that's a bit harsh. Let's try to at least leave better first impressions. I know my voice wouldn't be heard by anyone other than the sinners, but I couldn't help but get upset whenever people were rude to me.
너야?
Oh, so it was you. You guys are the team that botched the golden bow retrieval last time.
도시에서 손꼽힌다는 천재가 속한
Folks had high expectations for your team,
기대가
with some of the smartest people in the city being on it.
어쩐지
I wonder, that explains the look on Miss Faust's face.
표정은 항상 동일했어요.
My facial expression remains unchanging.
야, 넌 왜 가만히 있어? 얘도 나름 두뇌파야.
Oi,
무시하지
this
말라고.
bloke's also the brainy sort. Don't brush him off. Ain't you gonna say something? Heathcliff gave E saying a sideways glance, only to be met with a lukewarm response.
무의미한 자랑이기 때문이요.
I shall not, as that would be a hollow vaunt.
너 지하에서만 해도 말 많지 않았냐?
I remember you being a lot chattier in that basement. What am I dealing with now? An odd lookalike or something? You deal with what I deal with. The congenial, self-safe reflection of my mirrored self. What's that about? I deal with... forget it.
첫 번째 임무는 애초에 실패를 염두에 둔
Our first
계획이었어요.
mission was devised with failure in mind.
각자의 잠재력을 확인하는 시간이 필요했으니까.
We needed an opportunity to see what sort of potential each sinner had.
어떤 거였어?
Wait, so that's what it was?
처음부터 목표가 실패인 작전이라니. 작전이라고 부르기도
An operation with failure as an objective? That hardly qualifies as a mission.
베르길리우스님은 어디 갔죠? 전 그분 얼굴이라도
By the way, is Master Virgilius here? I volunteered to assist with the operation, mainly for a chance to get to see him.
그분도 쪽팔렸겠지. 이런 애들이랑 같이 다닌다고 생각해.
He must have been embarrassed to be seen in their company. Imagine having to babysit people like them.
그 자식 일부러 멀찌감치 내려준 거였나?
Is that why that sod dropped us off so far from the entrance? Because he was ashamed of us?
왜 비하 발언에는
These two are the ones insulting us. Why are you getting mad at someone who isn't even here?
그리고 자기소개라도 해야
In any case,
자연석이든 허세든
if they're not going to introduce themselves, we have zero reason to give them a damn about their grandstanding.
합동 작전을 하게 될 분들이에요. 림버스 컴퍼니 클리어 부서 ACC에서
These two will be our cooperators for this mission. They're from Limbus Company Clearance Department, also known as LCC.
비포 팀까지 붙여주시죠.
Please add before team there. If you don't mind, I'm Sod, and this is Effie.
뭐 우리가 박수라도 쳐줘야 되는 거.
So what, are you expecting us to burst into applause, or?
우와, 반가워요.
Wonderful! It's a pleasure! Hong Lu was the only person on the team who welcomed them with total sincerity. He almost even gave them a standing ovation. As the rest of the Simmers stared at the before team duo, with either cold hostility or wary glances, the awkward introduction session finally came to an end.
관리자님의 99%
Okay,
명령.
done. 2-3, here we go.
실력이 합쳐진 결과였습니다.
Flawless plan. I mean, surely this can't go as bad as last time, right?
저희가 숟가락으로 떠먹여 줄 테니까 그냥 입을 벌려서.
Now, for this mission, we'll basically be spoon-feeding you everything. All you have to do is open wide and chew up our simple tasks. Check the documents in this envelope and do exactly, precisely as the papers say. Hey, White Rabbit, good evening. I'm addicted to Shadow Empire and I blame you. Hey, the first one's free, man. That's all I have to say. Have you went through all the series or are you just watching the Republican ones? The way that Swad patronizingly dragged out the vowel needled me a bit, but I decided not to argue. Besides, even if I did, all she'd hear would be the clicking of the clock.
뭐야? 말로는 공조라면서 함께할 생각은 전혀 없고 그냥 뒷공.
There are hardly any joint forces in the so-called joint operation, is there? You're basically ordering us to stick to your tail.
심상하네.
This is downright insulting. Are you taking us as pushovers or what?
관리자님, 이거 그대로 두고 봐.
Look, manager, we've got to put our foot down and do as they say, I guess. Huh?
얘네들이 준 문서요.
The documents say that they gave us, they're flawless.
이것 봐요.
Look at this. There are routes drawn out and everything. It's been ages since I saw a plan this clear and meticulous.
확실히 제대로 된 작전 계획을 써봤던 티가 나는군.
Precisely. This is certainly indicative of their knowledge and experience in drafting proper plans of operation.
물론 관리자님의 계획성에 비하면 발끝에도 못 미치지.
That isn't to say that it holds a candle to your level of forethought you display, Executive Manager. Convinced by Ishmael's commendation, I opened the envelope and carefully read the rundown of the operation. Put simply, the objective of the mission could be summed up as the follows. Operation: reach the top floor. What really motivated the plan was the first place prize up for grabs in today's table game. According to the brief document, the only way to access the area containing the Golden Bough is to win the competition at the casino's top floor. The game will bring together 4 syndicates who jointly bid on the casino, and of those 4, the name we are to take is the infamous Ting Tang Gang. Oh no. I'm gonna so say that with a Western twang every time. Ting Tang Gang.
이름이 조직의 성격까지.
A name doesn't necessarily represent the nature of the organization.
얕은 편견을.
Believing otherwise is nothing more than shallow prejudice. White Rabbit says, I watched a bunch of the different seasons, decided to try the game myself, now I'm addicted. It's a good game, man. It's a good game. What kind of world did you roll up? Oh, and there's his unideal pun. It is unideal for one to choose to see things through the tainted lens that is bias. Right. Anyways, back to plan. Masquerade is the boss of the Ting Tang game and win the battle. Afterwards, proceed to the underground floors to find the Golden Bough. Until then, we're to make use of the pawn shop's items and clothing to slip into the casino undercover, blend in as either VIP patrons or dealer per our assigned role, and wait for the top floor team to win the game and give the go-ahead. That's about it for the outline of the plan, I think. No, hold on. Won't this entire thing fall apart if our player loses the game?
혹시나 할 때를 대비해서 위조 신분증까지 준비해 놨답니다. 카지노에서 불시에 신분 검사를 할 수도 있으니까.
We've prepared fake identification as well, just in case the casino security decides to run random inspections on the visitors.
다 좋은데. 꼭대기층에
Sure, that's fine and dandy, but how do you plan to actually win the game on the top floor?
우리 복장을 보면 감이 잡히지 않아?
What do you think we got these get-ups for?
카지노 딜러로 자연스럽게
We practiced for
섞이기 위해
months to
몇 개월
pass off as bona fide croppers.
알아서 좋은 패를 넘겨줄
I'm sure I'm saying that word wrong.
눈만
We'll make sure the witty
멀쩡한
hands come your way. The game's already in the bag. All you need to do is a working pair of eyes. Yeah, a working pair of eyes, Effie repeated under his breath, giving us a brief but pointed side eye. He's making it painfully obvious he has zero faith in us.
콩콩이 파트목으로는 어떻게 위장할
And
건데?
how exactly are we going to take the place of the Ting Tang Gang's boss?
카지노에서 제공되는 식사에 수면제를 섞을 거예요. 주방장이랑도 이미 얘기가 끝났답니다.
We'll put sedatives in the food served in the casino. We already finished negotiating the details with the head chef. Sedatives? Sod and Effie shot each other a knowing wink. That brief exchange alone spoke volumes. It was clear that they considered themselves the perfect duo who needed no words to understand one another.
사장님, 진열 때 여기서부터 저기까지 물건들 좀 보고 있을게요.
Sir, you wouldn't mind us to take a look at the items on display, would you? From this side all the way over there.
아이고, 예, 그러면요.
Oh, yes, sure. Take all the time you need, ma'am. In a heartbeat, the pawnbroker's disdain melted into kowtowing. The old man bowed so deeply that his head was almost level with the floor.
그럼 다들 진열장에서 알맞은 물건을 가져가죠.
Now then, let's take what we need from the display.
우와, 이거 구프샤 디자이너가 제작했던 브로치죠?
Oh my, this one here. It's the Grupa designer brooch, isn't it?
이걸 알아보시는 분이 계실 줄이야. 저희 전당포에 대들 보입죠. 10개밖에 제작이 안 되어서 아마 부르는 게 값이.
Ah, you've got an eye of the connoisseur, sir. This piece is our shop's pride and joy. Only 10 were ever made. So it's no surprise that people are willing to pay whatever price is called
저희
for.
집 강아지가 산책할 때마다 끼고 다니는 목줄 장식이었어요. 아, 다시 보니까 너무 반갑네요.
My dog used to have this on his collar whenever we went out for walkies. It's so nice to see something that brings back pleasant memories. Oh, what?
나는 이 소가죽으로 만든 장갑이 탐나는데 이걸 샀던 녀석은
I'm down for these cowhide gloves. Whoever had them must have been a fashionista.
봉투에 적혀 있는
Please stick to the items listed on the envelope. You have roles to play.
이보시오. 내 봉투에는 청소부라고 써져 있는데 뭔가 착오가 있는 것 같구만.
Prithee, the envelope I received saith janitor. Surely this is the most grievous of errors.
좋아, 다 좋은데 돈은 어떻게 지불할 작전?
Okay, that's good and all, but do you have the money to pay for all this?
격떨어지게 예산 걱정을 왜 하는 거야? 이 블랙 카드로는 못 긁는 게 없어.
That kind of hand-wringing over budget's way above your pay grade, isn't it? Don't stress. One swipe of the black card can buy you anything you can imagine.
단테, 어떻게 된 거야? 툭불 고기는 예산 딸려서 못
Dante,
먹는다며.
you've got some explaining to do. I remember you telling me that we can't have prime cut beef because we don't have a budget.
수준 이상의 성과를
So the
보이는
rumors were
가사에게
true. Teams with standout performance are issued no-limit cards. Well, everyone is shocked by the proven existence of the fabled black card. A loud voice boomed in from outside the shop.
어이 할배, 오늘까지 자릿세 내야 한다는 거 나만 아는 사실이었어?
White Rabbit says, I beat it on Eevee with a bunch of restarts. Made it easy as I could for myself. Yeah, that's a good way to learn the game, yeah. Hey, old fart! Didn't I say the payment was due yesterday? A man who, even at first glance, clearly belonged to the vicious syndicate swaggered into the pawn shop.
한 번만 봐주십시오.
Please, give me one more chance. I swear I'll have the money ready next time you visit.
한 번?
One more chance? Can't you do basic math, you old coot? You said the same thing last time. Boss won't like me wasting precious time reteaching you kindergartner here.
저같이 힘없고 몸도 성치 않은 노인 내한테.
I'm just a weak old frail man. There's nothing you'll gain by shaking me down. Pleading in an exaggeratedly loud voice, the pawnbroker flicked a glance at us from the corner of his eye. Eh?
이제는 큰 소리를 치네.
You got a mouth on you, yeah? That's it. Lose your shit and show me what you can do. It'll make me feel a whole lot less guilty about having to do this to you. The way the old man looked at us seemed to waver between outright frustration and an unspoken demand for immediate assistance. All the noise of the ongoing row now began to draw the attention of the sinners.
저기 뭘 봐?
The hell are you looking at? Mind your own business. Wow, that was so cliche I couldn't even bother to reply. Would it kill these dicks to be creative for once?
저희가
Shouldn't we, like, help out, maybe? Joe says it's always funny to me when Asian things make such a fuss about meat. It reminds me how good America has it for that meat's so common. Yeah, I mean, a lot of places until, you know, not but a few decades ago, that was kind of a luxury thing to have meat for a meal. Unlike Ishmael, who scoffed at the goon without care, Sinclair turned anxious glance his way.
어쩔 수 없답니다.
It is what it is. The back streets play by their own rules, and that's what maintains the complex web of our society. Outsiders like us will only cause a bigger scene if we try to step in. Satisfied by the sinner's decision to stay out of it, the goon carried on with the shakedown. He's a rustic-sounding ting-tanger. That doesn't sound right. Hopefully, if you ain't got the money, why don't you pay your dues another way instead? Not the first time we gave you the chance. Anything but that, I'm begging you. Are we really just gonna leave them be?
영폭이 그러시면 제가 나서.
May I step in if this situation displeases you, executive manager?
그런데
Anyhow, what did the thug mean by another way?
이곳엔
A currency more valuable than money exists in this district.
제2사의 특이점은
It's a known fact that J-Corp's singularity is a powerful security technology capable of locking anything.
그런 보안 기술을
What is less known, however, is that the extensive cultural and historical background of the corporation's backstreets has led to the singularity's creation.
역사?
History? You gonna start lecturing us now, right here? I didn't sign up for bloody school. In spite of Heathcliff's heated opposition, Faust went on with her explanation.
이곳에선 사람들의 소망력을 추출해낼 수 있는 기술이 사용되고 있어요.
Here in J-Corp, they utilize a technology to extract something called wish power from people.
특이점으로
However, it remains largely unknown beyond this district as it lacks significant generality to be classified as a singularity.
일종의 운을 사고 파는 거예요.
In simpler terms, it's a way to process luck into a commodity that can be traded like currency. Where do I get this? Where do I buy luck? I could use like 10 of those. Yeah, did you see my gacha pulls? They have nothing to extract from me. I am empty. I'm not even empty. I'm at negative luck.
이 소망력을 무력으로
The existence of such a technology consequently brought forth the means to stop others from forcibly extracting wish power, leading to the creation of security technology that ultimately developed into the singularity we know today.
야, 파우스트. 이놈들한테 눈높이 교육시키느라 고생이 많겠다.
Gee wee, Faust! Must be tiring having to dumb everything down for these thickheads. It's fine. This is well within my anticipation of the scenario.
말투.
The way you're talking's proper pissing me off.
자, 그럼 우린 진열대에 있는 적당한 물건들을 각자 집은 다음에 여기
Alright,
벗어나자고요.
pick up the items you need for your display and let's get out of here. Sod waved the schedule-packed documents as if to make a point that we had no time to spare.
우린 일개 회사원이지. 정의를 위해 나서는 히어로가 아니잖아요.
We're salaried workers, not heroes fighting for justice, okay? Wait, not that word. A sudden flash of dread rushed through my mind, urging me to make sure that every sinner was in my sight. That isn't exactly in step with someone's principles. Is Don Quixote going to cause me a big problem? And that's the kind of thinking that would severely provoke her. Ishmael seems to have not noticed what I meant, and Hurley looked around.
남의 귀중품을 함부로 약탈하려 하다니. 필시
I
악인의
was right.
행동이라고밖에 볼 수 없다.
Dost thou presume to purloin the treasures of others? Verily, this deed is not but utter villainy. Oh no, Don Quixote. I tried to stop her, but it was a moment too late. Don Quixote had already bolted for her, swinging her lance at the ting-tanger who was gripping the pawnbroker by the collar. Bonk. She caught the goon completely off guard. The blunt end of her lance struck him squarely on the head. He dropped to the floor with a discordantly whimsical sack, and everyone in the pawn shop watched his unconscious heap for a solid minute.
참고로 수감자들을 통제하는 역할은
For your information, keeping the sinners in check is not part of my job description. That would be the responsibility of this employee. Don't give me that look. What was I even supposed to do here? Typical, Babel gets blamed even when he didn't do anything. Hey, gotcha enjoyer. Are you enjoying the game so far? Yeah, I am. Canto 1 was pretty good. I mentioned before, but I've heard this one's a little oddball, but so far it's been fine so far. I like that we're getting to see the different personalities of the characters and maybe not being quite so one note for a few of them. So, yeah, so far so good. I knew my words, my voice wouldn't carry beyond the sinners, but that didn't stop me from arguing my case anyways. Then again, even if Sodden and Effie could hear me protest, I doubt they would have done anything to mitigate the slack-jawed bafflement. Oh! The pawnbroker was the only one divided by this turn of events.
아이고, 그놈 꼴 좋네요. 하지만 살짝 더 세게
Yeah,
내리쳐서
serves him right, but I gotta say you could have smacked his head a tad harder.
베르길리우스가 악인을 처단하는 건 상관없지만 작전의 인물들까지 끌어들이면 곤란해질 거다. 라고 해서 말이요. 힘 조절을 했다네.
Virgilius did counsel me that though I am free to mete out justice upon villains, I must do so without involving those who are irrelevant to the mission. 'Tis why I did temper my hand. That self-satisfied, proud look on her face grated my nerves like never before. Uh-huh. So, you knew exactly what he told you, and you still went charging in anyways?
신념을 지켜야 돼.
Verily,
어쩔 수 없었네.
'twas a deed compelled by my own creed. I just beseech ye to understand the virtue of this act of violence.
그런데 이놈 설마 죽은 건 아니겠지?
Not to kill the mood, but that ruffian isn't actually dead, is he?
영감.
Pretty sure you wished he'd gotten it worse back there, old man.
그렇지만
I did.
유로지비가 나서면 여러모로 복잡해지지 않습니까?
But it caused me more problems in more ways than one if the Euro divvy got mixed up in this.
유로집이? 걔네가 왜 여기에? 아니, 그보다 걔네 걱정을
The
왜
Euro
한 거야?
divvy? Why would they show up here? No, wait, why are you even worried about them in the first place?
아이고, 소식도 듣는구만요. 벌써 몇 개월 전부터 이 근처에서
Not up to date with the news, are you, madam? They've been causing trouble here for months now.
그들도 악당인가?
Are they villains as well? Oh yes, they're villains all right. To small-time shopkeepers like us.
돈을 공치고 있는 장사치들을 조져서 힘든 사람에게 나눠야 한댔나? 뭐에 분배라 하던데.
They're always going on about, what was it? Shaking down money-grubbing merchants and giving the take to people in need. Some kind of distribution, they call it. The redistribution of wealth.
아, 맞아요. 그거. 아휴.
Ah, that's it. Yes, those scoundrels are robbing us poor saps of what little wealth we have.
매번 이 지역 깡패들을 시켜서
And they don't even do the dirty work themselves. They're always the local brutes they send. Can you believe it?
하여간 지들이 옳은 일 한답시고 기세등등하게 다녀서 힘들어요.
Life's been hard with
뭘 찾으려고 하는
those
것
self-righteous thugs turning the streets upside down. It seems like they're here searching for something at first, but now all they do is squeeze money out of us.
근데 말이야, 우리 피해야 하지 않을까?
Okay, so she's obviously been involved with these people. I just realized, shouldn't we be taking off? More Ting Tang Gang bruisers could be headed this way. It seemed like Raja deliberately cut the pawnbroker in a hurry, but I had little time to think about the whys or wherefores. The gang member Don Quixote had knocked out was starting to twitch. Clearly, he wasn't going to be out for much longer.
골치 아프게 쓸데없이 일만 벌려서.
What a headache. Now you made the problem bigger than it had to be. Hey, Muffin and Sable, was it? Don't get tart now. There's plenty of pawn shops around here, right? We can always find another.
에피랑 소드예요.
It's Effie and Sod. Please don't mistake our names for confections.
그리고 널려 있는 게 전당.
And yes, you're right in pointing out there are plenty of other pawn shops in the vicinity. But what you don't seem to get is that every last one of them will close up once they hear about what happened here. Don Quixote!
바보들한테 일일이 설명하기도 이제 지친다.
I'm getting fed up with having to spell out every little thing for these idiots. Let's just be on our way. Just as we were about to leave, a figure dressed much like the one we knocked out with a face just as menacing stormed into the shop.
우리 막내 보지 못해.
Oi, Codger! Have you seen our little Willy Slimmy? What's going on here? Oh no, not poor little Willy Slimmy. We tried our hardest to pass ourselves off as innocent customers who just happened to be in the pawn shop at the worst possible time. And of course, as luck would have it, the knocked out thug began to come to his senses. Where's the motherfucker who did this to you? Tell me. That bean's gonna regret the day he grew stems. Oh, over there. The red clock head. The direction his finger was pointing was far too clear for me to play dumb. And honestly, there was no getting around it. Red Hawk Clockhead was too distinctive. There wouldn't be a single other person in the entire district who could have come up with that description. Just so you know, each center has their own Canto that focuses on. Yep. He called him a bean, Shinosuke. So like a bean sprout growing stems. There wouldn't be a single person in the district who had that description. Just so you don't get the wrong idea, I have nothing to do with these people or what happened here. I was just trying to get some ice and a towel for that bump on the poor fellow's head. That smarmy gaffer.
기대도 안 했지만
I didn't expect this geezer to hold his ground, but he's really got shaky reed for a backbone. Who would have thought there'd be Heathcliff and Ishmael teaming up in this one? Although it stung a bit to see the pawnbroker sell us out at the drop of a hat, not to mention having to endure the thug's barrage of insults. One of them clock-related slurs. We do not tolerate clock slurs around here. Over something I wasn't even responsible for, I was determined to keep my cool. Jaw, from Heathcliff over here. Stop. Freeze where you're at. Because it was clear as day that we were going to have to hightail it out of here right now. If I kept letting every trivial thing get under my skin, it wouldn't be too long before I got beaten up to a pulp.
뭘 도망쳐? 귀찮은데 그냥 다 죽이자.
Bah, no need to run. Let's just kill him and be done with it. Oh, sure. What next? Why don't you take out the whole syndicate while you're at it? Sounds like a plan.
악의 무리는 단숨에 뿌리를 뽑아야 정의가 바로 서는 법.
The forces of evil must be swiftly uprooted. The banner of justice must be lifted high. Is there even a single person in your team who's actually in their right mind? No. Maybe Gregor. He's all right. Ishmael bristled at the offending remark and seemed ready to snap back, but to me, the sight of Ting Tang goons readying their weapons was a far more pressing matter. First, let's get the heck out of here. Rewards earned. Ching. All right, 2-4. Here we go. Got a battle. Clear within 10 turns. Enter. Okay. Let's switch this just a little bit. So her first, then him, then her.
문제 없어요.
즉시 출격하겠습니다.
Actually, let's do it
즉시
that way.
원하신다면.
Recommended level 7. We are currently level 6. Okay.
끌 거 없어. 바로 간다.
True to Saad's prediction, every pawnbroker was busy closing their shops to avoid getting roped into trouble.
거기다가 안 멈추냐?
Oi, you bastards, don't you dare take another step.
너희 착것들이 우리 가족을 건들고.
You think you can mess with our family and just walk away, huh? Tiny Fab?
그런 집단들은 왜 꼭 서로
What is with these syndicates and their family nonsense? Is that really their best attempt at inspiring some misplaced camaraderie?
우리 소중한 막내 동생 이마에 혹이 생겨버렸잖아.
Look at the swelling you put on our precious youngin's head.
맙소사.
For goodness sake, this is going completely off script. Effie pressed a hand to his head as though he were getting a really bad migraine. I had half a mind to suggest that he keep some painkillers on hand if a contingency like this were all it took to give him a migraine, but I thought the better of it. With no head of my own, the jab wouldn't have hit home, much less been heard.
어이 너희들 이제까지 우리들을 쓸모없는 버러지처럼 취급했었지?
You two, you thought we were good for nothing lice all along, didn't you?
폐기물들을 모아놓은
We've been looking at us as if lumps of filth and waste clogging the sewers.
아무도 그렇게까지 말하진 않았어, 오티스.
I don't think anyone spoke that harshly, Otis.
하지만 왜 우리 부서가 황금가지를 탈환하는 막중한 임무에 놓였는지 이유가 궁금하지 않았나?
Have you never wondered why we, the bus team, were entrusted with the momentous task of claiming the golden boughs? And why is that, ma'am? Even Effie seemed taken aback by Otis's imposing attitude.
다른 자들이
While I don't disagree that the others are worthless refuse soaked through head to toe in sewage, figuratively speaking. No, seriously, you're the only one that thinks that.
오티스 씨는
Miss Otis, you've been through.
항상 저희를
You've thought of us like that the whole time?
나는 무전무패의 역사를 가지고 있고 관리자님은 불사에 가까운 치유를 할 수 있는 소생 능력을 지니고 있으시지.
Never once have I tasted defeat, and our executive manager has the power to restore us from death itself, making us practically immortal.
사실 둘만 있어도 충분해.
To be frank, just the two of us would be sufficient as a bus team, though that conniving weasel Virgilius seemed to think otherwise.
어쨌든 아무리 무수한 전투를 치러도 폐기물들은 폐기되지 않는다. 폐기물인 채로 그대로.
The point is, no matter how many fights these pieces of detritus are thrown into, they won't be worn down. They'll keep coming back with the same piles of trash they were before dying.
멋지다는 듯이 말하긴 했지만 결국 저희를 쓰레기
That sure is an impressively motivating way to tell us that we're all living, breathing pieces of garbage.
적군들이
Morons.
몰려오는군. 준비되셨습니까, 관리자님?
Hostiles incoming. Orders, executive manager? Careful, they have Hawaiian shirts. That's how you know they're evil. Okay, I had to make sure I wasn't wearing mine. Okay, one coin, and you've got 3, but this is not a focus encounter, so I can't really do much about it. Let's hit people. Mr. 3 coin. I may need to change something to defense for that. All right, what do we got? Inflict tremor. Defense down. Okay, we'll do tremor, rupture. Okay, you're not going to hit the same person most likely, so we'll inflict another thing of tremor, a whole bunch more, and we'll do the burst. Hopefully he'll hit somebody who has some tremor on him. Yeah, I definitely would not have picked a tremor unit if you gave me the choice on that beginner banner. It'll probably be better when we're actually in focus encounters. Okay, not bad. We actually won all those clashes. All right, a whole bunch of people are targeting her now. We're unlikely to be able to finish them off. Do I defend here? Probably not. We can just power through. We heal after every encounter anyways, right? So it doesn't really matter. We'll do the rupture. Okay, charge and then burst if we have it. Burst if we have it. Hit them, go. I can definitely see why people do the win rate on these. All right, Otis, good job. Win those coin tosses. Okay. Yeah, look at this. 39 Sandy on Ishmael. All right, even more thugs. Okay, mostly focusing those two, but again, there's not much I can really do about it, so we'll do tremor count, damage for faster. Let's get the charge up and running. I guess we have no choice. More tremor and attack up. And more tremor. All right. Well, next round, hopefully we'll be set up to do a big damage hit. Okay, Ruina actually coming through really good there. That was a really good clash on her part. Okay, he's staggered. We got 2 up top. Okay, we'll do tremor. Tremor. Damage if I'm faster. Okay, so we have 19 charge, so we can definitely spend it. If we hit on 2 coins, we can do the trigger. Get me more. Do more tremor. Do more tremor. More tremor. Go. I wonder if it even worked my thought process on these, or if I should just hit the win rate button. I guess it's working, if nothing else.
이 정도면 너무 성공적인데.
Victory confirmed. All right, up to 2-5. I hope my energy holds out, actually. That'd be rather awkward. Soldiers of Limbus. Clear within 10 turns. Level 8. Enter. Yeah, I do have a little bit of XP that we can spend if we need to. I'm a little concerned. I think it's as long as we're within 3 levels, it doesn't matter. But if we fall without beyond 3, we're going to need to level up.
상대하기에도 우스운 수준이었어. 별거 아니었네.
They made for pathetic foes. Barely counted as a warm-up. The Ting Tang game practically owned this stretch of the back streets. A single battle won't put an end to. Evie had barely finished speaking with the additional Ting Tangers began spilling out of the alleyways. Who sent you, Harry Cots, to mess up on our turf? We're the proud soldiers of Limbus. Effie clamped a hand over Don Quixote's mouth before she could finish. Have you completely lost it? Do you want the entire district coming down on us?
관리자님,
More incoming. We await your command, Executive Manager. All right, we'll try the win rate this time around and see how it does. It did pretty well that time around. Go for it.
순조로운 전략입니다.
I do always find it so funny in games where they have things like that, where it's like, are you so insecure about your mechanics that you think people would prefer to skip them? Or if it is do you think your combat's so boring that it's not worth playing? Like, I don't know. I always find those very strange when we have auto combat stuff.
가부로운 전략입니다.
So definitely why I prefer the focus encounters, because I actually can think on those. We are definitely doing all right though, and we are actually doing some trimmer stuff, so that's good.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
Then again, I suppose this is just us fighting mooks, right? Squishy, squishy. I'm actually surprised that Merlot's doing as well as he is. He doesn't really have a lot of coins. She's just going crazy. All right, can we finish him off here? Squish. Victory. Yeah, I definitely think we'll probably use auto for those ones. Damn it, they just won't stop coming. Keep this up and we'll be dead knackered before we even set foot in the bloody casino.
안심해요, 히스클리프. 관리자님이 있는 한 우리가 지쳐서 죽을
Don't fret, Heathcliff. As long as the manager's with us, there's no chance you'll die of fatigue. You think I don't know that? You...
해결은 간단하다. 어떤 조직이더라도 그
His mouth was so foul that they actually censored it.
덩어리는 무너진다.
The solution's simple. Any organization that can be brought down by killing its leader, smash the head in, and the sack of meat propping it up will collapse. Now that's what I like to hear. You're the only one making sense out of here. I'm proper myth. Let's go break something. Bones, heads, whatever. Come on then. Onward we travail. Wait, get back here, all of you. This is a crowd we're supposed to accompany Faust? Life is full of mysteries.
그렇게 이상적이라고 할 수도 있겠어.
Then perhaps, that perhaps is what makes it an ideal reflection. No? You said the thing. Tell me where your gopher is. I want to see him now. He perceived a ting-tanger by the collar and shook him violently, even as it seemed that the man's last shred of consciousness was quickly leaving him. Possibly to never return. The sea heart should be at the car pagoda. The what? What the hell's that? Start making sense or else. He probably means the scrapyard nearby. But seriously, you actually plan on taking out the Ting Tang boss? Do you realize that won't earn you anything on your employee performance review, right? He's not sharp enough to factor things in such as that before he acts. Indeed, he's also a pile of refuse removed from the schemes or forethought and quite acquainted with absurdities. Actually, his plan might be a valid alternative. Nothing to worry about, Effie. We always keep plan B, don't we? Sod said with a gentle smile on her face. Though Sod spoke calmly, I saw faint cracks in the veneer of her composure, like she was making a huge effort to hold herself together. If disguising yourselves as a role is no longer an option, then you can pose as members of Ting Tang instead. That way you won't draw too much suspicion even if you move together as a group. You should be able to reach the top floor without too much trouble too. And while we're at it, maybe we can siphon a bit of the wish power from the Ting Tang as well. Yeah, give me that luck.
이 정도면 너무 성공적인데? 추가 보스 나오는 거 아니야?
Manager level increased, confirmed. All right, good. Now we're not gonna run out of energy. I was getting a little concerned there. All right, level 9. I'm also a little concerned about that. So let's pop in, and I'll just give a little bit of juice to anyone who didn't turn level 6. Okay, actually we are all right. Everyone's at least level 6. Okay. Inferno, Tonto. Everyone's at least level 7. I think I misspoke there. All right, the team seems to be working. We'll go with it. Average level is 8. Recommended level is 9. That's fine.
바로 간다.
다들 와서 이것 좀 보게나.
Oh, come friends and lend your gaze hither. What is all this? Cars are stacked one on top of another in the form of a tower. Sombre. What had looked like a towering structure from afar as we got up was cars piled into heaps. Why are there so many cars piled up here? Oh, some bear scripts upon their windshields. These must have been missives from their families. This one says, I miss you. The owners should be coming back soon for them, right? Not a chance. Even if they did return from the casino, they wouldn't be in any shape for a happy reunion with their loving families.
가이드 역할까지 보너스로 해드리자면
Well, if I may play the auxiliary role of an impromptu guide, there is a hidden landmark in these parts of the back street. The final stop for gamblers, so to speak.
이곳은 콩콩이파 세력이
And also, the stepping stone that helped the Ting Tang game amass its wealth, dealing in used cars taken from those who had nothing left to offer as the stakes.
로자, 당신은 이런 데 자주 와봤다면서? 뭔가 부연 설명해줄 건
So,
없어?
Rodna, you've been around the places like this pretty often, right? Got anything to add? Bet you could tell us some interesting tidbits.
몰라.
Nah, no idea. Don't remember a thing. I chose to forget about the past and live for the future.
저런 방해꾼들만 없으면 결심대로 살아갈 수 있을 것 같은데.
And I'd stick to that promise I made to myself if it weren't for these pests bent on getting in our way.
이 근방이 우리 구역인 건 알고 걸음을 돌리는 거냐?
Oi, Bonnin! Who do you think you are messing with our turf? Or what? You here to sell a car or something? Nah, we mount an omnibus. We're not the ones that specialize in dealing with organs, though. Well, a pair of eyes with colors like yours might fetch a decent price. So we've come for the right place. We are here for thy leader. You got some nerve marching up to a gang like this. Who do you work for? We serve Damn. Awkward silence followed. I ask you a question, don't trail off. You got spirit, Don Quixote, but you're an idiot. That's all I can say. You're definitely an idiot. Okay, hopefully win rate will just get us through all the mook encounters here. I'm actually surprised how well this team's working, in all honesty. It would be nice to show me where Trimmer is actually proccing. It's a little hard to keep track of it with how chaotic the combat is. Yeah, go for it. As they move forward into the later Cantos, do they have more of these type of combats or more of the focus encounters? That's a lot of incoming attacks, holy moly. I mean, I guess we've been winning all of our clashes, so I guess it's okay. Don't think anyone on this team has any AoE. Yeah, unfortunately not. I think we'll be fine. We've got the win rates for it. I can definitely see if you get unlucky on a couple early losses and go into like negative sanity right off the bat, it would be really hard to come back from that. I guess maybe you could eagle your way out of it. Yeah, we're just absolutely trouncing these guys at this point. Squish, squish. I mean, I gotta hand it to these thugs. They are really dedicated to run into this combat with all the bodies laying around. Both types of encounters. Victory.
야, 이 정도면 너무 성공적인데? 추가 보스 나오는 거 아니야?
Okay, so everyone is actually up to a minimum of level 8s. Okay, so as long as we're not fighting 11s, we should be good. Wish canister. Oh, and what did I just say? As long as we're not fighting level 11s. Okay, I'm just gonna be safe because I don't know. And those two are in my party, so let's... where can I do that from? I actually haven't had to do that. Ah, level up. Here we are. All right, I would like you to be... Nope, we do not need to be 16 at the moment. 10 will be fine. Okay, and you too. You can have 1 click of XP. There we go. All right, just to make sure we don't fall without that 3-level rule thing. All right, Drive, Inferno, Canto, the Wish Canister. Let's do it. Team that we're using seems to be working. Let's do it.
이오티스 참전합니다.
야, 무슨 일이냐?
It's the Ting Tang boss. What's with all this racket?
형님.
Boss, some false soul showed up out of nowhere and won't even say who they work for.
누가 보낸 거냐?
Who sent you? Judging by that getup, it ain't the habaneros or the butchers. I'll give you a chance to grovel and beg for forgiveness. Do that and I'll let you crawl out of here with your limbs intact. We would gladly part ways should you first divest yourself of your clothing for us. You know, there's a million other ways to say that, Yiseng.
형님, 그 소문으로
Boss, I think that might be them. The odd folks who've been whispering about. The ones that, you know, do stuff to people's body odor or something. Doing strange things. What the heck? Disgusting perverts. Let me tell you, that's some depraved shit. The man who seemed to be the gang's boss was staring at us with unmistakable disgust. I don't think I've ever wanted to win a fight this badly. That was a little weird. Yep. That was a little weird, Dante. Okay, so are you boss? Bean hating Ting Tang. Alright, so he's got various skills. He's got attack weight of 1. He's got 3 coins, but it's actually a pretty weak attack. Does bleed stuff. Okay. Combat start. Every coin on the skill in the second slot lands heads. Okay. Well, we don't want him to have a second slot, that's for sure. All right, we got no Sandy going into the first one, so let's just go. Squishy, squishy.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
Be a bit more careful with your health. No, I mean, I'm just worried about you all. Nice, very nice. All right, we staggered almost everybody. Well, half of them. We got 11 trimmer on this guy. Man, I hope somebody hits him with their burst. I may actually manually do this one to make sure we're triggering as many bursts as we can. Inflict trimmer or attack up. We'll inflict with more trimmer. Sure. Are there egos that have trimmer bursts? It'd be nice to be able to do that on demand. Fatal. Boy, she is just going crazy.
제대로 찝었군.
All right, nothing particularly out there, so go for it. Squish, squish. I really enjoyed the animations on Heathcliff's bat. My giant spiked wrench. He's staggered, trimmer. Okay, we didn't pop it, unfortunately. Hello, Babel. Hello, chat. Hey, foreigners. How's it going? Or foreigners. Hope you had a good day. Okay, we do have a guy with 11, but he's probably going to get goinked anyway, so I'm not going to worry about it. We'll go ahead and auto it again.
한 건 했고.
I would assume that there are probably certain teams that auto combat better than others, right?
쉽네.
I think somebody yesterday said there's certain characters that like actually want to use their defend, for example, and the auto never does. I guess you would probably want lots of high-powered coins more than gimmicky things if you're just going for auto combat. Executor. Otis is going crazy here.
쉽네.
다음 판단을 부탁합니다.
I mean, good job, man. Can't complain about that. All right, we got one more dude. Another boss. Why do you have so many different skills? Holy moly. All right, he's got 3 attacks coming out, 2 of which are going into him. All right, but I can't really do too much, man. Look at this spread. Holy moly. He's got 230 HP, so I probably should actually put a little brain power into this. So he's gonna hit him, right? No, this is gonna pull the clash off of him. So that would be 1, that would be 2, and that would be 3. So he shouldn't actually attack him, if I understand that correctly. All right, let's actually think this one through. Let's hit him with a good defense down early rather than just a +1 trimmer. Let's hit him with the rupture times 2. Okay, we'll gain the 4 charge count. And then we'll pop. No. Gain the charge count. Pop. Hit him with a bunch more trimmer. On hit, trimmer burst. And then more trimmer. Alright. Alright, this should be pretty good. He had, what, 230 HP? We'll see how we do by the end. Okay, Otis clashes. Otis destroy. Yeah. Otis ain't playing. Rupture. Okay. Charge and trimmers. And then she should go for a burst. There it is. Trimmer burst! So how do you calculate the damage of the burst? Is it just equal to the number of stacks of trimmer? Like, I guess I don't need... Okay, so does trimmer count how long the stacks are gonna stay on, I take it? When hit by attack that triggers trimmer burst, raise the stagger threshold by 17. Okay, so that made him stagger. He's got 36. Okay, we don't need to think too hard about this. He doesn't get to attack, so we're gonna just murder him right here. Victory! You tarned little roaches. Who do you work for? Haven't you done enough? About time you spit it out. We are from Limbus Company. Finally, one less millstone around the neck. That doesn't help at all. The hell is Limbus Company supposed to be? Oh, just for your reference, Effie and I work for a different department. Please don't lump us in with these people. Trimmer burst does damage equal to the potency. Okay. So when I had 17, if I do a burst, we'll do 17 damage. Beaten in more ways than one, the man finally collapsed to the ground. The sheer frustration at our aversion to communicating normally would have contributed to his fainting spell too. My condolences to whoever remained of the poor fellow's patience. Do we seriously have to wear these clothes though? Stuff reeks like sweat and blood and just gross. Ruina held up a shirt stripped from the Ting Tang member with just 2 fingers as though she thought handling the particularly repulsive piece of garbage. Ugh, there's hair in it. First time I've ever been jealous of Dante for not having eyes. My vision works just fine, thank you.
생각보다 질은 좋아 보이는데.
The material looks pretty quality, actually. Guess business was better than we thought. I want that handed over. I can't. It's tailor-made. The label here says fits all sizes. Catching my gaze lingering on the label, Effie snapped. We wouldn't have been doing any of this if you hadn't caused the mess in the pawn shop to begin with.
괜찮아요. 전 한 번쯤 이런 옷 입어보고 싶었어요.
I don't mind. I've always wanted to try clothes like these. It's like we're filming a movie.
조금 떨리네요.
To be honest, I'm a little nervous. It's been a while since I've worked in disguise.
난 내키지 않는다.
I don't feel like that. This is some wimpy crap.
저기
Sorry, but can someone please keep her mouth shut?
갈비뼈까지 매일
You're welcome to try as long as you don't mind getting sliced up all the way past the ribs. Connor's calm riposte drew a round of muffled laughter from the sinners. Guys, aren't we such psychos? That's crazy. For a moment, Effie and Sod hesitated, unsure of how to take the quip. Until they moved on, probably because they couldn't decide it wasn't worth mulling over. Effie then raised a small container that seemed to be inlaid with a mother of pearl.
콩콩이파 보스에게서 얻은
This is a wish canister we seized from Ting Ting Gang's boss. Manager,
당신에게 간단한 역할.
here's a simple role you can play. What role?
무슨 말인지 모르겠다는
Judging by your
건
confused
사실이
gestures, I suppose you're in need of an explanation.
제2사의 특이점이 이 통 안에 담겨 있다고 하면 되려나?
The long short of it is this thing contains J-Corp's singularity. It's a tool that siphons people's wishes and stores them as energy.
적당한 시점의 소망을 종이의 형태로 짜내면
And when the time comes to make use of it, you press that wish power onto paper and voila. You get a single-use sticker tattoo that boosts your luck high enough to touch the sky. Okay, that explains why all those guys had those weird marks.
남의 운을 끌어모아서 꼭대기층의 도박에
It looks like Ting Tang Gang's plans to win the game of the top floor by scraping luck together from people. Hard to believe a small-time gang boss managed to get his hands on one of these.
단테랬나?
Manager Dante, right? Okay, before we head inside, I want you to hold on to this. You sure you want to entrust me with something that important?
영 자신 없어
You're not exactly radiating confidence, sure, but we do have our reasons for assigning you this task.
첫 번째, 도박판의 제일
First off, keeping a
중요한
poker face is essential at any gambling table.
아무리 표정이
No matter how
예쁜
good they are at reading
사람들이라도
expressions, they can't read emotional clues off a clock. They can't read a clock.
두 번째,
Secondly, I do believe there's a reason you were chosen as manager. Call it a hunch, but something tells me you'll be way more useful than the sinners you lead. Come to think of it, he wasn't wrong. I was given the title manager, but never had a chance to be the charismatic leader I'd envisioned. Instead, I was mocked, threatened, and ignored by the same sinners I was supposed to supervise. The only role I was able to carry out so far was to bring them back to life. Whenever the sinners fought enemies, sweating or bleeding, all I could do was cower behind them and pray that their heads and hearts would remain intact so I wouldn't have to go through the pain of reviving them. With a heavy heart, I nodded to let Effie know I was ready.
좋아. 이걸 당신의 팔에 붙여.
Alright, now put this on your arm. With this, you can become the luckiest person in the city for a short while.
여러분은 콩콩이파,
As for the rest of you,
딜러.
you'll ask as
서로
Ting
역할에
Tangers,
최선을 다해보죠.
and we'll be the Croppers. Best of luck and break a leg. Vowing to see this mission through, no matter what, we pushed open the door leading to the casino. God, can you imagine how much societal damage it would cause if we had a machine that could take people's luck? You'd have people that would basically, like, instead of a payday check, you'd have to go sell your luck for money. And then you'd be in this horrible catch-22 tailspin where, because you were unlucky, things would happen and cost you more money, forcing you to sell your luck to pay for the things. That would be horrific. All right, 2-8. How we doing on time? We're doing good. We're doing good. Level 10 was average, and we were actually good on that. Let's actually back there. Center. How we doing on people in my team? So it's 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Okay, yep. Everyone's level 10. Good enough. Drive. Burno. 2-8. Go. Things like casinos and lotteries with clubs. Yeah, that's true too, because then lucky people could actually, like, ensure that they would win.
이 오티스 참전합니다.
Sounds like a bad marriage. The casino felt hectic, abuzz with the sound spilling over from every corner of the floor. Numerous slot machines blared non-stop with overly cheerful jingles, and the lights were so blinding that some of the sinners had to shield their eyes. You don't understand how desperately people cling to a chance to catch a windfall. 99% of gamblers quit before hitting it big. The security guards, noticing their garish outfits, gave us a routine nod. Sod and Effie, disguised as croppers, subtly acknowledged us as they escorted Ruina towards the casino cage for chips. I was impressed by how convincingly they played their part. Their postures and expressions were nothing short of flawless. Anyone would assume they've been working here for years. What sort of sorcery are these dazzling contraptions? Try not to go so saucer-eyed at everything you see in here, Don Quixote. You're gonna make us look suspicious. The patrons here have all got their eyes of dead fish. They smell like one too. Hell, the Ting Tang Smuck smelled better than them. Do they ever wash up? I don't think they'd appreciate you pinching your nose in front of them, Ishmael. Still, the bilgy stink, I've only smelled it on deckhands on a ship. It was indeed a stroke of luck that most of the guests were too absorbed in their machines to notice us. Manager Esquire. Hast thou ever witnessed such a wondrous thing? What must I do to hear the jolly bells as the other patrons do? I wouldn't know. I don't think I've ever been to one of these places before. The tempting spin of the flashing symbols and the numbers slowly eroded my resolve to act the part of the stern manager. Dawn, don't you dare. Dawn gets addicted to gachas. I suppose one look wouldn't hurt. Here, this saith, hit the button. Shall I proceed? I swear upon my minute and hour hands that I had no intention of pressing the button. None at all. As I swiftly lunged to stop Don Quixote, however, I slipped, and much to my dismay, slammed my hand right into the button. Yikes. By some series of unlikely events, this fateful slot machine happened to be the one. Somebody had left a coin inside, enough for just one spin. The reels whirled to life, merry, noisy jingle, and all we could do is watch, helplessly watch. We're gonna hit the jackpot, aren't we? I hope Dante's being careful with those wish stickers we took from Ting Tang Gang. That manager, you mean? That was the only favor we asked. They'd better be handling it proper. Relax, you can count on Dante. They're one of the few people on the team with a sensible head on their shoulders. About that. That's good to hear. With that many sheets of stickers attached, they would be able to win any game easily. We just need to be careful and avoid attracting attention. Jackpot! The gambler who was sitting next to me stared mouth agape, jaw dropping down so far I swear their chin was about to touch the floor. Why is everything touching the floor in this chapter? While a torrent of casino chips poured out of the machine, far too many to even think about collecting. Effie, Sod, I'm so sorry. I walked in here determined to do something right, and then I immediately dropped the ball. A jackpot? Which machine? What, now? Just like that? One moment, please. May I see your ID? What's your problem? Is it a crime to win a jackpot at a casino? Chance in this place does not function the way you think it usually does. One may accumulate luck for a large payout or trickle in small amounts to break even. But winning the jackpot in the first try at a machine is clearly an impossibility. Chips are raining down like shooting stars. Remember, we're jacked up on luck right now, Shinosuke. So much for being the responsible one. I can't believe you caved to Don Quixote of all people. I expected more from you, manager. Thought someone in your position would at least be able to help snag us a much-needed win. Which, I might add, we've been pretty nice after that humiliating failure of the first mission. The torrent of biting, reprimanding whispers spilling from Ishmael's lips left even Gregor mumbling in astonishment. I had never seen Ishmael give anyone that piercing glare she was shooting at me. I think we ruined our shot, guys. And it made me want to crawl under a rock, if there even was one. For once, I was grateful for my clockhead came with no eyes. Hang on, I don't think that's the sole issue here. Struck by the sudden development, Gregor, who had been anxiously scanning our surroundings, came to a halt and pointed at the startling discovery he'd just made. And where he pointed? How long have you been out of disguise, Ryoshu? Was a complete nonchalant Ryoshu, wearing our company uniform. I didn't put on the cast-offs of others. Manager, looks like we're screwed royally. This can't be happening. After everything we did to set the plan in motion. Faust, what were you thinking volunteering to drag these idiots along on your mission? You're supposed to be one of the most brilliant geniuses of the city. Act like it.
비록 제가
Though I have not worked with them for long, I've arrived at one conclusion.
불확실성을 믿는
I ought to become a Faust that believes in uncertainty.
계획에 없는 것이
When the lack of plan becomes the plan, all variables become constants.
이것이
That is the plan as I understood it. Faust turned to me with a tranquil face. Thanks to her, I finally understood what my role was meant to be. All right, it's time for our usual gig. Kill and be killed. All right, guess we have to murder everybody. My bad. Sorry, guys. All right, and again, we're just in these mook encounters, so we'll just win and win our way through there, I suppose. It's kind of a shame, too, because I think there's actually a decent amount of depth here, but yeah, it definitely does not feel worth my time to really think these normal encounters through. Be interesting to see what anomalies we get to fight in this one. Are singularities also abnormalities? I actually don't know the answer to that. P plus enter is even faster? Well, that's alright. Bum hands out here. My microphone's kind of in front of my keyboard for the letter P. We'll survive. Alright, well, you know what? My Rose House or whatever it is person may not be the best, but at least she's fine for these early ones. At least we have a pretty reliable trimmer pop. Oh, we lost that one. Otis, what's happening? Okay, there we go. Yeah, look at that. She just goes crazy. Trimmer burst. No to what, Dragon Blue? Victory!
이 정도면 너무 성공적인데.
I guess that worked.
추가 보스 나오는 거 아니야?
Yoink. All right, 2-9, level 10. Let's go. Singularities are technology. Okay. To battle.
참전합니다.
답답해서 못 봐주겠군.
I can't stand watching this charade. How much time are you gonna waste fighting these small fries? People are too quick to grouse and moan, never seem to offer clear solutions. Hearing Ishmael's disapproval, Ryoshu shook her head and assumed a confident look as though she was about to put on a demonstration. Then I'll show you art. You there, give me a knife. You may wrest it from my hands forevermore. It will be better if the blade parts from my side to drift through the air however long. Thanks. Ryoshu took Yi Seng's dagger and threw it straight in the air. It struck an anchorage on the ceiling that kept the chandelier still, causing it to sway precariously. Indeed, Ryoshu may have been weakened from the peak of her strength when she became a sinner, but nonetheless... How do we know that she is weaker than her peak of strength? She was still one of the best swordswomen I'd ever seen, able to cut through steel like a proverbial hot knife. Sure, she had more respect for a stray wad of gum than whatever I had to say, but that didn't really matter. Everyone reflexively turned their eyes towards the swinging chandelier, and eventually, flustered by all the gazes falling upon it, thus in a haze does it succumb to the imminent fracturing. Watch out! The chandelier crashed into the floor full force, making a tremendous noise that thundered through the casino. And that's just about all it did. Nothing else happened. A brief silence followed as both parties stared blankly at the light fixture in the middle of the floor. So, what was that for, Ryoshu? Performance art. You just came up with that, didn't you? Still, I'm glad none of us were hurt. We'll have to see about that. He's saying, please speak like a normal person. He's having way too much fun. All right, get him.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
Smashy smash.
규정에 따라 실행합니다.
This does make it go much faster through these random encounters, I will say that. I can also see why people get lured into just clicking that button, and then when they hit a fight where that doesn't work, then they don't understand how to play. I think my time was very well spent yesterday figuring that out. At least I can vaguely see why I'm winning or losing certain things.
쉽네.
순조로운 전략입니다.
제대로 찝었어.
Yeah, good job, team.
규정에 따라 실행합니다.
To win those duels.
제대로 찝었어.
Yeah, we are absolutely trouncing these guys, actually.
다음 판단을 부탁합니다.
Splat? Splat.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
쉽네.
Yeah, once we start winning these also, we get that sanity rolling, and those extra percentages to win the coin flips really start adding up. We've taken some damage in this one, and a stagger.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
Oh, imagine losing to a 1 coin. Feels bad, man. Wow, Heathcliff also with the big wins. I guess those skills that only have 1 coin are a little bit better if you're riding on 45 sanity. Just keep winning, everyone.
혹시나 해서 말하는 건데
Just making sure we're all on the same page. You all know that our goal is to win the game being held on the top floor, not reduce the first floor to casino rubble, right? I was certain that some definitely didn't know or they didn't care, but I saw no point in relaying that. Remember, our ultimate objective here isn't to reach the top floor, it's winning the game, which means we need enough wish power to make that happen. I wouldn't bother going into detail about how the wish power we went through the trouble to claim went straight down the drain for a preposterous reason. No need to hurt our morale even further, right? I couldn't help but keep my head down, feeling the prickle of conscience on my heart.
이곳에서
Where's the largest wish power reserve in the nearest vicinity? The roulette by the entrance. People who visit the casino try their luck using roulette and take or yield wish power depending on the outcome. Is that so? Then I'll snatch the wish container attached to it when the opportunity knocks. Thank you. Think you can pull that off?
전 이것보다
I've carried out countless operations, much greater in scale.
관리자님의 어처구니없는 실수 따윈 아무것도 아니고
Your preposterous blunder amounts to nothing in the grand scheme of things, Executive Manager.
분명 현명한 판단을 흐리게 만든
It has to be the fault of the
때문일 테니까요.
drudging dregs who obfuscated your ability to make sensible decisions. Don't let their words deter you. Preposterous, I see. Wait. While we're busy discussing where to go from here, Heathcliff was already making a mad dash for the entrance. We were too focused on the conversation, or did we collectively lose our minds? Either way, none of us was keeping track of what he was up to. Heathcliff, damn it, about time we got on with it, don't you think? He shouted at the security at the top of his lungs. Oh, aren't you a sorry one, you embarrassing lot? That blonde over there is the rookie who's an unfledged as it gets. And that Matt over there, manager, misplaced their memories so badly they can't even wield a weapon to save themselves. Is that what you're struggling against? What a bloody joke you are. Hello, user of the shrimp. Support from other worse than newbie, just use support IDs and speedrun the game until the game gives you the boss higher than the ID. Yeah, I haven't been using any support IDs or anything yet. Recently started playing the game too, pretty dark. Really like the sinner based on Don Quixote. She's a ball of sunshine and her ego moves are awesome. Well, glad you're enjoying the game. Yeah, I've been pretty enjoying it. I want to get to the point where I can't just auto through things though, I will say that. Damn prick. Heathcliff, that was too harsh. Here, too much, Heathcliff. And last thing, that club you're holding is a wasted on a pansy like you. You cocky little. Seething with anger, the security guard swung his club at Heathcliff, a furious arc, sending a harsh whistle through the air. Wow, that was really loud. But Heathcliff barely managed to swerve out of the way. It fell upon the roulette with full force and smashed the machine to pieces. The Wishcaster! Shouts of what I assume was once wish power. No, spouts of what I assume was once wish power until moments ago poured out of the roulette table. As if in its death throes, Sade let out an agonized scream before clasping her hands over her mouth. I couldn't help but turn away from the tragic sight. When I grow up, I want to be a wish sticker that gives people hope. It was as if I could hear the unrealized dreams of those lost wishes scattering into the ether. Oi, listen up, you thickos. Would you rather keep us fighting here or admit your boss that you broke the thing? Or would you rather let us go now and blame the broken canister when this all blows up? That was a whole month's worth of luck. It won't be any safer for you upstairs. Never been too familiar with safety anyways. Appreciate the advice though. Heathcliff came with me with a loose shoulder likely dislocated when the club grazed him. What's that look? Do your thing and fix me up. I've made up my mind. From now on, I won't even try to discuss plans or anything in the same ballpark with these characters. Took you long enough to realize. Faust, have you ever heard the saying, silence is golden? With that, we dragged ourselves up to the next floor. We are incredibly screw-ups. We have not done a single thing right yet.
이 정도면 너무 성공적인데. 추가 보스 나오는 거 아니야?
Manager level increased? What's that? Oh, photos, right. Right. Bunch of photos. Why did we get the extras over here? First time clear and just clear for spending energy, I assume? Also, I didn't really look at this. What's the picture here? Oh, okay, it's the casino we're in. Bloody. Level 11. All right, boink. Let me just check people here. I think I'm gonna give them each another click just to keep us moving along real nice like. We don't have too many tickets, but I'm just gonna keep it from falling behind. Okay, so I need to get the people who are in my current party, you. Hopefully I won't regret leveling up the basics, but I don't really have much of a choice, so we'll stick to only people that I'm using right now, and only just to keep them kind of like at level. There we go. Otis is getting used. Okay, we got 8 tickets and then 12 of the big boys. Okay, Drive, Inferno, Canto, 210, let's go. Excellent Raja artwork. The extra is random. Oh, okay, just a random thing for, I assume you need to do missions that spend energy or something to get them. Hey, Sino. Also, hi, dropping by before the Morocco-Netherlands game starts. Didn't expect Paraguay winning, but it was a great game. Yeah, I'm not a soccer fan, but good luck, enjoy your game. This morning, people were talking about the Brazil-Japan game. All right, into battle we go. The atmosphere here feels rather different. It appears that a different syndicate controls the second floor. Oi! No. Hey, Eugen! What's with all the doom and gloom on your face? Don't you know the floor rules? Sour looks are no-no, so put a hat over your long face. Are you talking to me? Keep staring and I'll sink. You know what that what you want? The heck sink mean? Snap your neck completely. Come on, Ryoshu, can't we please stop immediately resorting to violence? Never mind, this one's mug is even nastier, no? What's that hand supposed to be, your eyes? Ryoshu? Ready to throw down again? You bet, Dante. I love how we're like the voice of reason for like 2 seconds, and they were like, just kill them all. Go for it. I probably should get in the habit of also double checking what things actually do when we encounter new people. Heals sanity points. We don't like that. We don't like that at all. Bellismo. Danza de Paz. Up defense, attack down, lose SP. We hate Olay. We hate Olay. All right, beat him up. The two I got didn't seem to sync with anything. The one was a fire ID, and I don't have any other fire, and I don't remember what the other one was, but it didn't fit in either. So I made the best trimmer team I could, and it seems to be working okay. I was saying earlier, that's definitely not the mechanic I would have picked to start with, but you know, you play with the hand you're dealt. Burn and rupture. That's right, it was rupture from section 7 or whatever that was. Dude, let me ask. Okay, we got a few people who know what they're doing in here. Are there any more IDs that we get as just part of the story? Or is that only going to come from getting characters myself? Alright, so we're going into this with pretty good Sandy, although Otis is taking a lot of damage.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
At least so far it seems like we're good enough to handle things pretty well, but we haven't really fought anything but mooks today. Only get free IDs from the events, no story IDs. Okay. That seems like kind of a weird thing to not do. It seems like such a gimme with the system that they have. Rest from the gacha or the free characters you can buy in the events. Okay. Yesterday we had over 120 photos, so there's a small chance, depending on how much I can stream it, that we might get to the 1,000 for the event character. I think I have 8 days to do it. That's a maybe,
이 정도면 너무 성공적인데? 추가 보스 나오는 거
Yeah, that's what I was just saying, Cross. Alright, we're getting XP. I like that everyone gets XP at least. Although I can already tell that that's gonna really burn out pretty soon, the amounts that we're getting. Okay, we have let's condense one of these. Let's condense 2 of these. That way I'm actually can be gaining a little bit. Okay. Let that sink in. Ha! Is that a neck snapping pun? I approve.
명령에 따를게요. 효율적이라면.
All right, do it, team. I was thinking too far in the future when those 2 stars can be useful placeholders in their team. Yeah, by my understanding, it's better to just work with the synergies I have than try to just stuff everyone into the same party. At least this way, I'm kind of like, I understand how Trimmer works now. And the Rodnia one has charge, which I vaguely understand, I think. And then we have Otis because I didn't have a 5th person that had any, that didn't have Trimmer. Ouch, you got absolutely gobsmacked. Otis is really struggling in these encounters, I've noticed. Alright, I've double staggered them. I can't do anything there. Yeah, I guess just go for it. Heathcliff has really been doing well in these. And Merlot too. Actually. I guess, discounted his skills when I first saw him. I don't even know why he's doing so well, if I'm being honest. He looked like he had very weak skills for actually winning clashes. Squish. Alright, yeah, man, we are getting worn down. Don't translate the name of the event unit. YouTube may not like it. Oh. Well, thanks for the warning. YouTube doesn't like lots of things. That's something I'll say.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
It seems like the stagger that we get from Trimmer does seem to work pretty well. I am starting to see characters that are getting staggered a lot more often. Yeah, get him, team. Yeah, nice job.
이 정도면 너무 성공적인데.
Victory?
추가 보스 나오는 거 아니야?
All right, somebody hit 12. A few of them hit 12. Speaking of, up to 212. Level 12 is the average. Yep. Okay, I'm not gonna change anything, not gonna level anyone, that's fine. Ah, not again. I lost again, damn it. Why won't this losing streak end?
잠깐 타임. 우리 손님 관리 좀 해야겠다.
Oi, Aspera, time out. We're gonna need to do some customer care, team.
손님.
Dear customer, I hope you haven't forgotten the rules, have you? But that was... I just blew all my savings. If you insist on ruining the mood of the table, we might be forced to throw a piñata party out of you. What's a piñata party? I don't even want to know. Pressured by the gentle intimidation, the weeping guests stood up from their seat. And then, being handed a pair of maracas from the staff, they started dancing and sobbing all the way. What's this now? There's a rule every visitor on this floor must follow. Una tradición, mariachi, if you will. Gambling is entertainment, an activity purely done for fun. Thus, sadness and pain it brings must be sublimated into dance. Allow this night to demonstrate what dancing is about. Alas, they were harsher judges than they seemed. This one won't do. There's not an ounce of sincerity in her moves. What in the name of chivalry does that mean? Dancing is a window into the heart. Without a clear and pure heart, it loses all meaning. I find thine assessment rather disgraceful. This is getting further out of hand. What are we doing, Saad? Just working with our statement of apology to the company. Giving the way this is going. I don't know, this is going great. I don't know what they're talking about. We've only trashed a floor and a half so far. Okay, my win rate button does not work. Oh, because I have a tutorial on screen. Every skill has two values, offense level and defense level. Okay. Defense level, offense level. Offense level affects the following skills: attack skills and counter skills. Damage dealt increases in proportion to how much the attacker's offense level exceeds the target's defense level. Okay, so I have a 14 and they have a 12. Okay, that actually helps explain the damage thing. Also, in a clash, every 3 points of offensive level advantage over the target's offense level translates to a 1 point of clash power advantage. Okay, so we're equal, so I don't have any advantage. If I had a 17, I would get a +1, and that would be to this number. All identities have their defense levels affecting the amount of damage that they take. Offense level and defense level are stats that grow in proportion to their level. The level difference between allies and enemies can greatly affect combat difficulty. Make sure our identities are leveled up. Okay. So if I hadn't been doing what I was already doing, this was the mission to tell you, hey, go level your characters, dum-dum.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
Yeah, because we don't have any gear really, right? We just have egos.
순조로운 전략입니다.
Alright, get them, team. Stabby, stabby. Oh no! Oh no! How did we lose that one? Okay, we like that one. That was actually really painful. I feel like teaching me that lesson on a mission that I'm auto doing isn't as good as teaching me that lesson on a mission when I was actually manually doing it. Tremor burst?
명령대로 하겠습니다.
The IDs are the gear and the egos consume the resources. Yeah, I guess that's a fair way to look at it. Definitely starting to fight some people who actually can fight back a little better, that's for sure.
한 건 했고.
Fatal. Yeah, that's the one.
쉽네.
I really like his 1-2 with that bat. It makes me laugh every time. All right, he is blooded here. Atrophied. Attack down. Okay. Good, because we took some good hits there.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
This tutorial was always weird.
가라앉는군요.
It's so satisfying to tremor burst 100 plus. Yeah, at least it seems to be working for me. I'll say that.
표정에 따라 실행합니다.
I now have 2 different people who can actually do the burst. And then I think everyone except for Otis, I think, has a way to at least do some tremor.
다음 판단을 부탁합니다.
Yeah, and we're starting to see lots of staggers and whatnot because of it.
표정에 따라 실행합니다.
Squish.
쉽네.
Big squish. Alright. Ishmael, you gonna actually win a duel? Alright, there you go. I believed in you. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Squish, squish, squish. And you hit 3 times because you have 3 coins.
자, 한 건 했고.
Okay.
저도 말하면서 어처구니가
I can't believe I'm
없지만
saying this, but our best chance of getting past this floor might be to dance so magnificently that it can move their hearts. Dance? What is this concept of dance? All I know is my memories aren't all there. Amnesia came in handy as an excuse to opt out on things like this. Alright, well at least he's taking advantage of his amnesia. Of course, my amnesia wasn't so bad I forgot what dance means, but given the situation, I didn't find it a compelling argument in favor of honesty. Say, Honglu, have you ever taken dance lessons or anything?
경검을 배웠는데
I learned a little
조사는 적은 편이었어요.
Bian Lian,
3명뿐이었죠.
though I only had 3 instructors teaching me. To perform it, I'll need a few masks, fans, makeup, and we aren't gonna find them here next.
뭐
Well, I did step a good few feet of snobbish toss at a ball.
나의 마음이 무섭다고 그리요.
My inner voice expresses fear.
뭘 쳐다봐요?
Me, I spent half my life on a ship.
배에서 지수미라면
Dance is where I cease this relentless obstruction of my words.
오랜만에 칼춤을 추는
A sword dance for the first time in a while doesn't sound bad. I'll kill it on this floor.
평생 박자라고는 아침 점호 치를 때 말고는 맞춰본 적 없지만.
Though the only beats I have ever danced to were morning exercise programs during roll call. If the executive manager demands, I shall immediately see to that.
Dante.
Well, Dante, I'm good at most things, but I'm what you'd call a bashful girl when it comes to dancing. Don't mind. I don't mind, except my arm might rage out of control from the stimulation and charge for the enemy's heads. No, the audience's heads. He's French. Faust doesn't necessarily enjoy dancing for leisure, but would gladly perform a routine if it's for the mission's sake. However, it's not technical perfection they want. They're looking for something unstable and unpolished, such as Sinclair. What?
어렸을 때 춤 좀 씹어본 적 있지?
You busted a move or 2 as a kid, didn't you? Bust? I suppose I took basic maraca course at school as an elective. Basic maraca course? Who teaches basic maraca? Sinclair's in the Rich Boys Club too? How'd you figure that out, Rodna? I can tell the way he walks and talks. On the other hand, uncultured ones, it shows, you know. Rodna quietly giggled while looking at Heathcliff, then snuck up beside Sinclair to wrap her arms around his shoulders. Hey now, my little Sinclair, I have a very, very important task for you. Hey, Rodna, what are you talking? Moments later, Sinclair solemnly walked onto the stage. Don't worry, whatever's wrong with Mersault is all him, and for once, not the fault of the French. If someone would pay for it, why not teach it, Babel? Easy money? I mean, I suppose so. I'll tell you what, Janoski, you do the maracas and I'll do the tambourine. We'll charge $50 a lesson. Moments later, Sinclair solemnly walked onto stage. Sinclair, you can do this.
맞아요. 히스클리프 저 인간한테
Yeah, think of all the times when Heathcliff walked all over you. Sinclair turned to Rodna, still looking anxious. Can I really do this?
아니지. 싱클레어.
Wrong question, Sinclair.
오로지
This is something only you can do. He returned with a determined nod.
손목의 스냅, 심취한 표정, 절제된 리듬, 완벽하다.
The flick of his wrists, that passionately absorbed expression, restrained rhythm. Perfection.
차분해.
It's calm, yet it's calmness that stirs my heart. This young man, he's channeling something from within. This is sublimation.
내면에 억눌린 어둠과
He's fighting to overcome his repressed darkness and inner turmoil with the body's motion. Oh, the lingering embers of a firestorm, heating the rhythm from gestures to be struck along. This conjures an image, one of the bonfire that is burnt through the whole night. And we are witnessing the cotillion of ash dance atop the remnants. Sorry, what? Young man, won't you consider joining us? You have potential to grow big. You could be the #1 maraca player in the city.
그 아이는 우리 회사 소속이에요.
That boy belongs to our company. You should know that unauthorized poaching of valuable talent from the current employer is a serious crime. What now she's the #1 Sinclair fan? In a matter of hours, Sinclair was elevated from just another moron in our band of idiots to the company's most valuable asset. What a fine performance. You wish to go to the top floor? You may pass. You have earned the right. You've heard of the Passage of Swords? This is the Passage of Morocco. Be warned though, the folks upstairs won't be reasonable. They have no concept of festivity in their heads. Sinclair came back to us with an invigorated look. The thing's welling up inside me. This is... What is this about? It makes me wonder why I thought it would be hard. I feel so much more comfortable now. I was curious to know what inner struggle he's expressed through dance that had touched the syndicate to its core. And what hardship a young, seemingly sheltered gentleman like him could have gone through. But those were questions could wait for now. We headed upstairs to the 3rd floor. Yeah, I have seen the Morocco ID for him. I've heard it's one of the worst IDs in the game. What hardship? My mother used to make me take Maraca classes. She'd beat me if I didn't get the rhythm right. She'd beat me to that rhythm. All right, 213. Maybe 219 isn't a pipe dream. Although this progress is making me rather nervous. All right, level 10 difficulty. Wasn't the last one level 11? Maybe that was just teaching me something. Okay, we're obviously gonna keep leveling up the required levels though. Would it be worth trying to get to 13 for the +1? Maybe it would. I guess I'm just in for a penny, in for a pound at this point. Can we get everyone to 13? All right, everyone that's currently on team. Heathcliff. Okay. Ishmael. We definitely can make this. As long as I'm willing to do a ticket 4, I think we can make it. And actually, Otis is the one that probably needs the biggest help because Otis has really been struggling in a lot of these. I think she's just got a bad matchup or something. Okay, 13. All right, and that's not gonna do it for you. Up to 17, all right. That's all I got. Don't say I never did anything for you, Otis. All right, drive. 213. Morocco Sinclair's terrible in isolation, but actually has some uses. Bad in the field, true, but it's very good on the bench. Everyone basically has some use in a proper team comp. Their level may be lower, but the coin power, you don't know how much the enemy have. Oh, that's true, yeah. I'm more thinking by being +3, we get a +1 on our clash power. At least that's the thought. All right, let's do it, team. Oh no. What do we have here? Do you fellas have any idea what you've just walked into? That is a man that exists. He is wielding a meat tenderizer. Muck about, and we'll be unwilling contortionists out of you. Then we'll lop off your digits joint by joint and make pretty Mojang tiles with them. Such a warm welcome it was. I'm not one to let introductions go unanswered. Oi, square up. The sumo yakuza. Man, are we at tea break yet? Oh, we are. Okay, I'll tea break after this fight. This game has so much reading, it is killing my voice. I struggled on the stream this morning quite a bit.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
All right, Otis, I expect great things from you. Boo. Sumokuza, one could even say. Okay, well, we at least did survive, although Otis did take damage there. Stabby stabby. Big stabby stabbies, we like that. And you're gonna pop it. Trimmer burst!
자, 한 건 했고.
Staggered him, nice. I really like that 1-2 animation with his bat. Alright, these are the passives that are turning on. At 50% less HP, nobody has that. If target's SP is below 0, do 10% damage. Okay, none of them are below 0 yet. At less than 25% HP, gain a clash power. And we are not getting the purple. Right, and I don't think we ever will get the purple, if I'm being honest. I don't think we have enough on this team. Hey, Simon. I see Battle found the win rate button. Just imagine Dante using his iPad and pressing it. Yeah, I actually prefer the other version of combat way better, but for the purposes of me getting through stream in a reasonable time, the win rate's gonna do it in these encounters. I would prefer to do the other types though. And Simon says, no idea what the game's about, and would have wished it to be Battle Brothers. Well, spoilers, our Battle Brothers campaign finished. If you didn't catch the last episode to see what happened. We'll be doing this one for a couple streams, at least until I get to a point where I have to like do a little bit of grinding or something, and then we'll be on to our next game, and we'll swing back around to this one when I can. I will say, give it a chance if you have never seen it before. I'm definitely going to want to start with the first stream, though, so you have some context to it. The story's been pretty interesting thus far, although I do agree that the tone of Canto 2 is a little weird, but like I said, we made it through Chapter 2 of Nothingness to Everness, so yeah. If you can do that, this is nothing. This is literally nothing compared to that. That was horrible. That was absolutely horrible. Okay, before we jump into the next one, I really would like to go do my tea real quick. I'll let you guys stare at my sinners for a hot second. As always, I'll put a 5-minute timer up. I'm gonna go make some tea, get a little stretch. I'd encourage you to do the same. If you're not blocking ads, you may get an ad here. I appreciate the pennies. And I will be right back. All right, we are back. We have tea brewing. It's gonna be amazing. So you guys were chatting away there. Let me catch up with chat real quick. By the way, okay, this is hilarious. So right after stream ended yesterday, I had a message. You know, I get notifications for Steam sales. Well, apparently Gabe was watching my stream and he put Library of Ruina on sale for me. So I may have to pick that up. It was on a pretty decent sale. So hey Gabe, how about that associate program for Steam? That'd be really cool, man. Thanks, Babel. Okay. Great to catch the stream though. It's my 32nd birthday anyways, which makes me very sad right now, but that's how it is. Well, you know what? You've got at least 60 or at least 32 more birthdays ahead of you, Simon. Happy birthday, man. I hope you have a good one, even if it's starting out sad. The first 3 Cantos are just, yeah, I've heard that like 3 picks up, and if you don't like the game by then, you're probably not gonna like it. This is the overhaul tutorial. Yeah, they're notorious for making horrible tutorials. I think you'd have done really well making shorts for Nothingness to Everness. Has a lot of great screenshots. I'm just not really into short form, I'll be honest. I don't generally watch shorts. And I mean, the meme of can Babel finish turn 1 in 20 minutes, or the new meme of speed running a tutorial only 9.5 hours. Yeah, it's not what I'm interested in. I'm definitely much more of a, I mean, babble. I'm a babbler. What can I say? I mean, important thing to learn this year in life is what these weird Japanese things are about. Thing we found is fly the sky overlooking town. A way to fly. Oh, there's a character that you can pull that can fly in Neverness to Otherness. And yeah, I don't remember if you were there, Shinosuke, but when we played the last patch for it, there were some absolutely gorgeous shots. Those are the ones I posted on Discord. I quite like the story where it was. I will admit I'm kind of bored of the day-to-day though, so I hope the next chapter is enough to keep my attention to it. Chapter 3 is supposed to be where the tutorial ends, and it ends with quite a bang. Okay. This is a Korean gacha game, not really how to gacha. Yeah. Well, that's what interests me, because I don't like the gacha aspects of gachas. It's unfortunate that I like the gameplay, and sometimes I like the story. Chapter 2, if you're talking about Nothingness to Everness, Chapter 2 was the date, the Tokido date thing that was absolutely horrible. Chapter 1 was the photography one. That one was pretty good. I liked that one. But then I like the 3 and 4 much more. I don't think the blind bag. Yeah, I'm catching up, guys. Sorry, you guys were chatting away there. Yeah, that Tokido, and the thing is, that would have been fine as a side story, but as a mainline story, and your second one, it was so just out from left field. It was not enjoyable. Like, it was not enjoyable. I can power through things like that, but it was not good. They probably had significant dropout there. Never really got into anime when all your friends did. It was one of the things. I was one of the nerds that did Magic the Gathering. Well, those aren't exclusive. Conan. Funny enough, the closest thing to a proper predatory gacha system in the West is FIFA. Yeah. Sherlock Holmes Japanese kid. Is that bad, NT? I liked it overall. I have streamed all the current story stuff if you want to check it out. But chapter 2 was really bad. Like, imagine a character that talks like a Pokemon, so he just says his name, and he wants to go on a blind date, and you have to be his wingman. And it was like 2 hours plus. It was not good. And like I said, if it was a side quest, it would have been fine. But for a main story at the beginning, when you literally don't care about these characters, it wasn't good. It wasn't good. Luckily, the other stories have been a lot better. And they did say that, like, yeah, we probably won't do that again. So I think they learned their lesson. Okay, I'm kind of becoming optimistic that we might be able to do 219 tonight. That would be really good for me because I'm not going to be streaming this tomorrow and I'd like to be able to do my daily. So let's carry on. 214 and Overstayed, welcome. Let's do it. I'm also very worried that we don't level this mission. I'm not gonna have enough energy.
돈 벌러 가자.
All right, the Sumokuza, as it was so put. Let's see what we can do here. So, 13 and 10 on his coin. Holy crap. That's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt a lot. All right, so maybe this is a case. What is your ego? Maybe this is a case where but we don't have anything to use it. Okay, yeah, never mind. This is gonna hurt. Maybe I should have just defended with her. I'm gonna fly Babelbility here so you can be my wingman. I promise it won't be terrible. I am not the person that's gonna be able to help you with that, my man. Let me tell you. I'm happy you would consider me.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
I sometimes played Final Fantasy, no idea which, when visiting my cousin. Most important thing, yeah, Final Fantasy. It's definitely a weaker franchise than it used to be, but man, 7 was one of those games that kind of blew my mind as a kid. Although I was a Chrono Trigger and Earthbound kid, those RPGs are still some of my top ones I've ever played. Wait, yeah, I hate that attack. That attack is horrible. You know what, Otis? You could do your ego. Let's make sure that gets selected. Okay, that should allow you to maybe win that one if he doesn't get the coin flip.
여행엔 목적이 있었지.
The Odyssey had a purpose. Fatal 13. Yeah, I see now why people like that that ability. For situations like that where I had basically no chance we were gonna be able to beat that ability. Okay, and we still at least stayed positive. Okay, we are staggered. Man. All right, we might want to pop some more. You don't have the stuff you need. You do. Target the rearmost unit. It does bind. Okay. And then who else? You could do another one. It's gonna be him. It might. No, it's not gonna be him. No, it will, because you're gonna go before him. All right, do it again. Nope, we don't have the resources. Ouch. Okay, I do think Trimmer's gonna be worthwhile here. We'll do the bind, right. No choice there. If speed is faster, and it is, do it. Yeah, these guys are brutal. That bleed is not fun. Now, Ishmael's just getting destroyed. Yeah, that bleed. Yeah, we're just getting chain staggered here. Yeah, the color's right there, right? I think they may have me on this one. We may have to give them a little bit more oomph. Okay, we could do yours. It's only an attack weight 1 though. All right. I think we might accept our first defeat here. That bleed absolutely destroyed me. All right, you wanna pop that? Okay, that's something. Man. That is absolutely brutal. Okay, Ishmael's almost down. Heath is almost down. We're staggered here. Yeah, go for the win rate again, I suppose. I'm getting brutalized by these guys. That yellow attack just really set me up for a fail. Thank you, Otis. Oh my gosh, there's more of them. Okay, you're staggered and going to die, but nobody else is. Okay, you are lit up. We could do yours. I think we'd probably do it. Because I think we were getting pretty desperate here. We'll take the trimmer. Build a big one. That's rupture. We are faster. We'll do the higher damage. You know, probably not a bad idea to raise my own defense. And we'll do some more trimmer and go. Upper left-hand number of waves. Okay. Bleed does damage every coin you flip. Yeah. Yeah, we had some major bleeds. That bastard has to be alive still. Ow, and then we get punched anyways. Alright, come on, Rodya. You can do it. You can do it. I believe in you. Executor. Well, hey, some of my passives about being at low life are starting to proc, I guess, so that's something, right? What do we all have over here again? Less than 25% HP, gain 1 in clash power. Well, hey, we have people that are that low. If target's SP is 0, deal 10% more damage. And I guess that did proc. And then staunchness. At less than 50% HP, gain protection at the start of the combat phase. Okay. I've got them both staggered. We'll go for damage on that one. This is the first fight that actually might have been close. Yikes is all I can say to that.
이 정도면 너무 성공적인데? 추가 보스 나오는 거 아니야?
Manager leveled up. Thank you for the energy. Level 12. Okay, we are gonna learn our lesson and we're gonna go put some more XP into people, I guess. All right, everyone gets another pop of XP. This should make it a little bit easier for us. So everyone's gonna get 1 ticket. And that'll take us to about 17 or 18. Next what? 18, good, good. Otis. You actually are already there. Hang on, no, let's not do you. Okay, so did I miss somebody? Yes. Sorry, buddy. Here you go. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Yep. Okay. Hopefully that'll take the edge off of that. 215, Gobsmack. Level 12, clear within 10 turns. Actually wants the, is that lethal damage or pierce damage? Alright, same team, go.
참전합니다.
Those passives are for respective centers only. Yeah, I'm hoping I can avoid having to use borrowed units because I find that kind of cheesy, but I'm not necessarily against it either, if I have to. You'd better behave and keep your noggin safe and sound, because we might need something around for a kick the can. I remember now, their intimidating language is what made them infamous in the first place. Rumor has it their language is so coarse that it once inflicted enough psychological damage to reduce a dozen of rival syndicate members to a gibbering mess. Yeah, but have you met Heathcliff? Boy, you lot, you better shut your bloody mouths while I'm being nice. Who the frick do you think you're eyeballing up and down, little man? Keep staring and I'll pluck them right out of your eye sockets, dog eyes. Easy, don't be so hard on him. I cracked one open like an eggshell in the scuttle. Hollered unto him and heard only my voice echo back because it was empty as a drum. Well, brush me sideways. They don't even got a string o' eggo noodles in their brain. What's the round thing on their shoulders in a bag of gas? I wonder if they all go to the same asshole school. I mean, it was kind of funny. Don't glare at me like that. Dead. You're all bloody dead. I think they made him angry. Not Heath. Have they met Ryoshu? She's more of just I'm gonna kill you. He likes to throw insults their way too, though. Okay, at least we don't have any of those yellow attacks instantly. So this is wave 1 out of 1 with 10 enemies. Okay, I see. Wow, that's a lot of enemies we're having to kill. All right, build up some sanity, please.
순조로운 전략입니다.
All right, well, we lost a whole bunch of those classes. That's not a great sign.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
Come on, team. Don't just make me sit here and time you out. You can do it, buddy. Oh, you're failing. You're failing horribly. Tremor burst, good. Get a little tremor in there. Man, we are just taking pummelings. Oh no, and there's the old yellow. All right, so in this case, that's almost certainly gonna beat her. Would it be worth putting her on a defense? So it would be, he's gonna go second though. So that's actually not gonna do anything, right? I guess we try that. So if I did this one, the first time we clash, she would defend. I will do the rupture. She'll defend once. And then the charge. I think I will take the defense up. Yeah, procs on clash win.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
Yeah, I know defense doesn't get chosen on win rate. That's what I'm wondering if it's worth me manually doing there. Because like that yellow attack is just decimating me. Okay, that seemed like it worked out okay. I don't know if that was because of the defense or not, but it seems to have worked. Oh, and I can't choose who they target, so I guess that's fine. What's this red one? If SP is lower than users, it's not. Okay, then we're fine there. Heal 10 SP on a random ally. We hate that. Okay, you're just doing whatever. Okay, we can win rate that one, I think. In defense, there's no clash, so it's not gonna trigger. Okay. I think I'm understanding what you're saying.
어떠냐?
Punch, punch. Okay, so random skill. Click the bleed. We hate the bleed. They have a bad matchup. Okay, I think we win rate that one again. We do have some sanity built up. Like Otis, what is yours? You're already gonna win that though. And Heathcliff, you're already gonna win that one. Okay, I think that's relatively mostly my win, except for, is it you? Who's got that horrible one coming in? It's this one. So I would need to flip 2 heads in order to win that attack. So that is unlikely. And that's his first one that comes in at me. Alright, we'll just go with the win rate here. Good job. Good job. Keep it rolling, will ya? Yeah. All right, now we're finally flipping like gamblers here. More of that, please. Yeah, more like that.
어떠냐?
All right, we're at 6 out of 10. Oh my goodness, we have so far to go. Right, and nobody's doing anything too horrific. Go for it.
전략이네요. 가보겠네.
If possible, to try rolling for new units. Base centers are usable, but might get more ground to fall back on, as later chapters can be brutal for a new player. Well, my current plan is I'm not going to pull anything until the Walpurgis starts or whatever, and then we'll just dump whatever we have at that point. So we'll be on the struggle bus for a little bit here, but hopefully that'll be relatively soon. Stagger here, but they're also mostly staggered. He has that horrible attack. All right, so we should definitely have you defend here. And then otherwise I don't care, except for pick that one. Well, pee-pee? They call it well pee-pee? Why do they call it that?
좋은 전략입니다.
Okay, that went much better. Much better. But then again, that's partly because I spent a bunch of XP. What should we do? I don't know if all the fighting gets us anywhere at this point. To my surprise, Ishmael let out a scoff. What's there to consider? We have our trump card. We have what now? Just the right person to teach him something legit. After you give it a good and up it, but I like the plug Sinclair's ears. Next up, you blub blub the blub blub, and then soak it in blub blub blub. Lastly, I never knew it was possible for the human tongue to give such a detailed account of something so sickeningly gruesome. The Taiki crew stood around her like impressionable children, their eyes twinkling with pure, uncharacteristic, in earnest excitement. Some began even taking notes. Oh, but damn, she had me struck. Ooh-wee. That's one creative twist, so wit. She must be what they call one of the wizardesses on the tongue. No, that has to be the gob of a witch. Even Heathcliff, who must have had his share of rough and tumbles in the back streets, looked unsettled by the time Ryushu had finished her lesson. I'm impelled to applaud the inventiveness of her language. The pen, nay, the tongue is mightier than the sword indeed. Damn, and here it was, I thought I'd heard my share of sailors' mouths in all the years I spent seafaring. Yes, my vocabulary is only the tip of the vulgarity iceberg. The writing in Canto 2 may not be that great, but I love the group shots. I've heard the production value starts going up pretty steeply after, is it 3? So it'd be like 4 plus. I honestly couldn't fathom any of the higher-ups would organize a team of people like you. It's likely that rational understanding was not a consideration when this roster was established. I'm still having trouble figuring out what they were thinking when they assembled this team, but I guess it isn't that bad after all. Sod, you finally reached the stage of acceptance. This is cause for celebration.
관리자님의 99% 명령과 1%의 제 실력이 합쳐진 결과였습니다.
Okay, good job, team. 16 contestants. This isn't good. We've reached the top floor, but we don't have nearly enough wish power. Don't you worry about that, because it's finally time to reveal what I've been itching to share. I actually pinched a little wish power back at the pawn shop. It's not a lot, but it should be just enough, right? Radya flashed us a wish sticker sheet with only a corner of it left. Why'd you wait till the last minute to tell us? Like you said, gambling's all about keeping a poker face. Wouldn't want us to slip up and complicate things. Dante, mind if I borrow your boss role for a sec? I nodded, seeing as I wasn't really being much of a leader anyways. Even if I were committed to my role, given how things crashed and burned under my lead, it would only be right for me to forfeit it and bend my knees in atonement. Had it been a few hours ago, I would have been vehemently against this, but now, good thinking. I've never lost once in anything where money's involved. All right, here comes the contestant. Wait, I'm not the last? Oh man, I wanted to be fashionably late. And you are? Name's Rodian. I'm here to gamble for the basement access rights. So much for finding me the infinite wish power whisker of the Ting Tang gang in person. You got a lot of nerve for anyone sauntering around here as if you own the place.
촌스러워.
Was this your first day or something? Can't you been playing this game long enough to know it's about not about who plays, but who wins? Well, you got me there. I suppose getting that far is qualification of its own. A pleasure. I'm Ada. And this is... Golly, my back's hurting. A robot? No, a prosthetic body. What are you looking at me for? Never seen a full body prosthetic before?
이거 너무 구형 모델 아니야? 박물관에 있어야 될 것 같은 생김새인데.
Isn't your model a bit antiquated? You look like something that was plucked out of a museum. Old is gold, as they say, patched up a few times, and now it's sturdier than most new ones. Why is that boy so comfy with being tardy anyhow? Arrogant brat thinks he can show up late to serious business, huh? Pardon me, I had an urgent matter. Are you having a bad case of main character syndrome or something, Sonya? Are you really so hungry for attention that even our annoyance feeds your ego? Haha, it's not like that. If anything, I thought you were always the main character, Ida. It's been a while, Raja. What's up? You two know each other? Let's say she's a friend from back home. Isn't that right, Raja?
No.
So, are you still leading the Eurodivia then? Still. You say that as if we've been disbanded or something. You were the only one of us that dropped out. Now, that's enough catching up. Since we're all players, let's get over the rules again. The 4 bidders for casino are all here. Sonya, Ida, Taikui boss, and the Ting Tang gang leader, suspiciously yet shamelessly representative. We'll be playing a straight game tonight. No cheats, no sleights of hand allowed. Anyone catches you in the act, you're out. It should go without saying that anything involving wish power is likewise forbidden. Oi, when I catch you cheating, you're going right on the chopping block. I'll mess you up good. We'll be playing 3 games in total. The one with the most chips wins? Simple enough. The winner will get to take the elevator to the underground section where the Golden Bow is. Yes, the same Golden Bow that the former owner of the casino so desperately wanted to claim. Went so far as to dig a whole tunnel system under the property to find it. Too bad they suddenly passed away for unknown reasons, and that luck allowed for us lucky 4 to win the joint bid on the establishment.
뒤가 구리게 죽었다는 걸 우아하게도 표현하네.
What an elegant way to say they died under shady circumstances. Oh, Raja, I see you haven't lost your sarcastic wit. Shut it. How do you guys know about the Golden Bow anyways? Didn't think it was such an open secret. Any syndicate worth their name is caught wind of the stories. Those about the Golden Bow buried down there, and the riches and fame that it'll bring its owner. That so? Seems like somebody gained an interest in fame and fortune, huh? I think I remember how you always used to preach to us to steer clear of such things, Sonya. The Golden Bow can be used to achieve things far greater than the accumulation of capital, Raja. I have never strayed from my purpose to destroy the system of oppression and exploitation, to keep a watchful eye on the unequal distribution of wealth. Hey, Sonya's about to go lecturing again. Somebody kicked that soapbox out from under him. My apologies, reminded me of the old times. It's funny how I always used to discourage your obsession with gambling and riches. Yet here we are, sitting across the same gambling table, hiding our hands of cards from each other in this game with our goals on the line. So what is your goal? To win, of course. Reward earned 40 sanity. And 130. Stop right there. And here comes the final round. You all keeping a good eye on your chips? Hi, I'm all in. Just enjoying the art for a second. All in? Oh, dealt a nice hand, huh, Raja? Yeah, that was swagger of yours been rubbing me wrong way the whole way. You lose this round and you're out, you know that, right? The hell you counting on? I'm the kind of gal who goes for the climactic flourish of the final round wager. Not so fast. Pull up your sleeve. Don't think I missed your little sleight of hand there.
뭐야?
The heck's your problem? You just pulled one of them wish stickers you got from the Ting Tang boss on your arm. That's why you went all in on the chips this round, so you can nab the golden bell for yourself. Can't fool me. Looky here, all right? Right beneath our hand, this thing. It's got to be a sticker, eh?
증거 있어?
Can you back it up? Sorry, Roger, but can I take a look at your wrists for a second? Oh no, you ain't. Don't touch her. As far as you know, you two might be cahoots. Now, I'll lay your arm bare, so keep eyes peeled, all right? I knew you were a sly little fox to play dirty. Wait, something about this whole situation, this exchange feels oddly familiar. Am I having deja vu? You sure are small-minded for such a big hunk of metal, huh? Why are you being such a nitpicky asshole about this? Didn't they teach you about the whole stolen wish power comes with strict responsibility? You've been watching too many movies. What's stolen wish power? And what if you're wrong, huh? Gonna fold and forfeit the game? Here, you got guts? Fine. I'll bet all my stakes that this piece of wish power is on your wrist. What do you say? Same as yours, which means it's gonna be either you or me. So ask yourself, am I feeling lucky? Well, do you, dickhead? There's a reference for us old people. Yeah, that's cute. I'm the one who watches too many movies, huh? Anywho, our wager's final, eh? Oh my, it's just like in that... I think I know where this is going. Here goes, the moment of truth. What? What's going on here? I saw it. I saw the little fox rub her wrist. There's no way. That means you're out. What a pity. What happens to the loser then? Lop off the hand or something? You're joking, right, Roger? What's the point of removing a prosthetic hand? So about that sticker, yeah. Who knows where she put it? No, this can't be right. The defeated will be shown generosity, but false accusations need to be taken care of with more finality. Hang on. Are you... Squish. Yeah, what in the... Holy crap, that came in like a car crash. Couldn't you have put a blinker on it for a warning or something? God, look at all that grease and spinal fluid. Ugh. Remember, Raja? It's the same trash compactor from our backstreet junkyard. Remember what I said back then? That we proletariats must unite and take down the ruling class and build a new society. He's gambling for communism. I even remember your reply. If you mean we should round up the rich and flatten them under one of those compactors, then I'm all for it. Small correction, I said crush them until they pop. Is that so? Raja, are you still unwilling to return to the Euro DVA? Aye. We all heard a loud slam just now, right? I'm sure I did. After a quarrel about wish power and the like. What? Did they catch on? Oi, quit spacing out. Turn back the clock. Gosh, can you stop pushing? No, whoa. Unfortunately, the door we were leaning against, the flimsy wooden frame covered with rice paper, and we all tumbled into the room as the door fell. All right, well, one bionic man down. 3 remain. Okay, we're gonna have a fight. The level is 13, so we are above it. Let's go.
명령에 따를게요.
Sinners who are not directly participating, and I couldn't read it. Who might you be? Raja, how did it go? I see that you made some new friends in the meantime, Raja. Sonya laid his hand of cards open on the table. The game is over. You win, Raja. I have no objections. He then walked out the door and didn't return. Once he disappeared, a sudden deafening hollow clap filled the room. Ha! Caramba! Thanks for this spectacular game, but I'm not as cool as Sonya. Since you brought your friends, why don't you introduce some of mine as well? You know, I'm pretty sure that I heard one of you guys say that gambling is an activity done purely for fun or something. Exactly. Isn't it more fun than cave in right away?
누가 이기든 간에 힘으로 밀고 갈 생각이었네. 그렇지?
Sonya, the Russian, is communist. I've never seen a Russian as in a communist. Are you saying that the character's a trope? You were gonna force your way downstairs regardless of who won the game, weren't you? Think about it. Why would I give up a golden bow just because I lost some round of 3 in some game when I have the strength and manpower to seize it? All right, then. I'm actually glad you're a rebel. I was starting to get bored with all this sitting around and chatting. Okay, well, at least these guys weren't as nasty as the fat guys. Those guys have sucked. All right, he's evading. If target's SP is below 0, we should not be below 0. Clash win. Target loses 5 sanity. All right, so you... I would really like it if we won that, but it's pretty unlikely that we will. So he has 2 plus 2, and he has 3 coins. Well, actually, no. We actually have a decent chance of winning that. All right, go for win rate. Come on, Merlot, you can do it. I believe in you. Punch him. Punch him. Yeah, punch him. Good job, team. Good job. How come their sanity doesn't go below 0 when they lose duels? Is that not a thing that the enemies do? Or do we stop at 0 from losing clashes? And we only go below when I do ego stuff? Okay, on you, supply defense. Okay, that's a nasty one. It's gonna heal him. Actually, that's not that bad. 15, 13. Okay, I guess these aren't too bad. They heal for a lot of SP. Okay. So it's just the healing that was keeping them going. Defense skill doesn't lose sanity. Okay. And then he was using a defense skill. Okay. Nice. Okay, good win there. Splat. It's very noticeable when she wins clashes on that one because she tends to kill people. All right, we'll go. If we go damage, does that change what you're doing? You not really. You have the same attack either way. Get him, team. I have to say, better than expected so far on this trimmer team. I don't know how long this will hold out, but it seems to be working decently. Okay, 4 out of 11. One guy staggered. We're gonna win rate this one. If you go to sanity on the enemies, there's in red text and blue text. Sanity conditionals. Yeah, I guess we have seen some people have those because he got like paranoid or something. Otis, good job. Okay, we just absolutely dominated you. We are just murdering fools. All right, he is sending both attacks into him. What do you got? Oh, no, you're not. You're evading him. All right, go for damage here. That seemed like a really bad plan. He should have at least tried to fight me there. All right, wave 1 of 1, and is that everybody? 9 out of 11. Yeah, okay, this is the last set. Uh-oh, they've got maracas, and we didn't bring Sinclair. All right, 2, but the max skill he could get is 5. So we should be able to win those clashes against him pretty easily, because her 1 head gives us 6, and 0 heads still give us 5. Who wins in the a tie? Do we flip coins again, or is it attacker wins? All right, we win rate this one. What are you doing? You're healing a bunch of SP. Gain attack power up. On evade, lowers user stagger threshold. And Otis, who are you hitting? You're going after them, and you're hitting that skill. And you want to do this one, which we are likely to win. All right, you know what? Do you have the juice? Let's do it. Make sure I win that one for sure. Flip again until the clash count is 99. Okay. What happens at 99? That kind of reminds me of I covered a game called Dominion 6, and there's like at round 300, I believe it's the attacker auto dies, and like we got there like once in all my 2 years of covering that game. Domination, absolute domination. And then the rupture gets popped. Okay, I feel like we absolutely dominated that round. Oh my gosh, and we even finish off with a burst. That is amazing. We staggered both of them. Good job, team. How'd you even get to 300 rounds in Dom 6? Yeah, Unkillable Pretender. I'm trying to remember who it was. I don't think it was a Hound of Hades. And it wasn't in a mobile either. I don't remember off the top of my head. But like I said, we only did it like once. All right, that went incredibly well. I feel like my use of Otis's skill was well timed. I think that set us up for victory there.
너무 성공적인데? 추가 보스 나오는 거 아니야?
Okay. All right, 219. All right. I didn't think we were going to be able to do this, but I think we can. We have an hour left to stream, and even if this goes a little bit long, I think I'm okay with that. So this is going to be the dungeon, right? Mm-hmm. And it's level 15. So if I wanted to make this easy for myself, you get a +1 to clash power for every 3 levels of difference, right? So if I was level 21, I would get a +2 to win clashes. Can I do that? Do I even have that much XP left? We kind of used what I had. So you are my lowest. I have 7 tickets. I could give you 1 to get you to 18. Let's do that. And then I could only get to 20. So a couple of my people could get to 22. If there's a deadlock in clashing, once the clash count gets to 99, both sides cease their attacks. Okay. Has anyone ever done that, just out of curiosity? I mean, the statistical odds are very low, but large numbers and all. You know what? I think I'm going to commit to it. I think I'm going to commit to it. So, well, we could start low. Maybe we can get 1 more level, and then maybe my XP will carry me over. One time 2 years ago. Okay. So we have to drive. Here. No, not there. Here, here. All right, let's do it. Let's do the dungeon. We'll finish the Canto tonight. I assume the size will be about the same as the other dungeon. Suppress the dungeon boss. Main objective. Use 1 support for emergencies. XP required for each level is close to exponential. Yeah, that's kind of what I assumed. Okay, well, the team is the team. Some strategies force a clash spam and bleed speedrun certain game content, so they fixed it. Gotcha. Current level is 13. Yeah, but that's the people that are not on the main team. I guess that's true. I probably need a little XP in case I have to level somebody or something. Let's try it. Doing our best to skirt around the crushing, gut-churning remains of the Taiku crew boss, with Sinclair barely suppressing a gag, we made it to the elevator. Despite being the first to grouse and fuss about insects during our last expedition, Raja made her way to the elevator without a word and pressed the button, heading down to the basement. And once silence descended, Swad began hitting Radha with a barrage of pent-up questions. How did you manage to win without even using the wish power? No, before any of that, what made you so sure that you'd win regardless?
아이고, 잠깐.
Yikes, hold your horses, gal. 1 question at a time, okay? With a grin, Raja talked, swayed into calming down, then slowly began to elaborate. The Taikui Cruise boss had been wary of the Ting Tang gang leader before the game even began. How do you know that? You couldn't have read the tells from his mechanical body. He had every reason to. After all, everyone seemed to know that Ting Tang Game owned a wish power extractor. He must have been totally sure the wish power was going to come into play one way or another, regardless of who ended up playing. So you deliberately made it look like you were using a sticker to bait him into calling you out? Yep. Then I declared that I'm going all in. I needed to appear suspiciously ballsy in his eyes. A winning gambler creates his own momentum and rides it. Boo-boo. Sinclair's the new kid. He's a little squeamish. He's the one that we were like, did you even come here on your own accord? I mean, look, even you guys thought I'd pop the wish sticker, right? If I'm being real, at the end of the day, wish stickers and all that stuff are just hopes and desires giving official sounding labels. To someone with unshakable faith in themselves, there's nothing more weird than a piece of paper. That can't be true. J-Corp's wish power related technology officially approved semi-similarity with widely proven efficiency. Efficacy even. Tens of thousands of people rely on wish power for every aspect of their lives. Nothing hits the spot like a little confidence boost in this day and age, right? But me? I'm different. I've always believed in myself. To have faith is to preclude the plummeting of one's heart. Pray tell, how does one go about acquiring such faith? Oh, that? It's actually super simple. I'll let you know a secret, so listen up. Oh.
제일 쩌는 건 나니까 누가 무슨 소리를 짓거리든 다 개소리구나 하고 흘리면 돼.
Just think, I'm the most awesome person in the world, so whatever anyone else says is a crock of shit.
확실히 맞는 말이네요.
That certainly makes sense. Faust subscribes to that prescriptive as well. Perhaps I shouldn't have asked at all. Rodna, don't tell me you've been taking my words as crocka. Sadly, our merriness over the small dish was short-lived. The cavern was filled with sounds of pickaxes striking against craggy walls, and we saw the security guards keeping strict watch over the vault. Almost as if they were trying to send us a note of warning that they weren't about to let us search the bottom so readily. Hold on a sec, what the heck's the point of winning the game then? Why do we have to be so sneaky about this? And what's the point of those slaves picking away the rocks? We technically did earn ownership, but we didn't have anything to prove we're the winners. Now to mention that we're more or less intruders. In all fairness, the way we were lurking about in front of the vault painted a picture of blatant thieves. Quite the grand excavation. They sure don't waste space. They even made spare vaults here, all while digging a tunnel. What an incredible sight. When my time comes, lay me to rest under a pile of cash, just like the one over there. I want my last breath to be filled with the smell of banknotes. By the way, about that fella at the table who gave us the thumbs down. Do you know him from somewhere? A friend from back home. Something tells me there's history between you two runs deeper than that. Greg, love those get-togethers are always uncomfortable. Did you forget about the one heck of a reunion we had with your former comrades? Can't argue with that. There are things moving behind the bars. I wonder if this is where they raise their pets. Do pets from home usually rattle their cages when they're about to rip the bars apart? It's the Pekatula. Did they think that they'd tame abnormalities? Miss Yuri would have knocked 3 grown adults out cold with a scoff if she heard that. Oh, Yuri. It's possible, theoretically speaking. Provided they possess a similar level of intelligence to humans, and that an empirically proven method of managing them exists, that is. I guess they could make excellent guard dogs if that ever works out. Oh, on closer look, those people have fingers and other parts of their bodies bitten off. Thankfully, he didn't add an obnoxious remark like, is that in fashion this time?
이런 게 유행인가 보죠?
Is that in fashion these days? Almost. Almost didn't add the remark. Okay. Is this about as big as last time? Yes, seems to be the case. Okay, let's see what we can do here. We have the quarry entrance. Level 12. Let's go. Okay, they reset my team. So we've been doing...
명령에 따를게요. 효율적이라면.
When a character's health falls below stagger. I literally cannot read those fast enough. We got security guards and Pectula. This is starting to be a bother. Got any ideas, Greg? You said you fought on the front lines back in the war. Try something. What does that have to do? Hey, stop pushing. Shoved out of cover by Raja, Gregor stumbled forward and ended up separated from us. And ran straight into a slave busy digging with a pickaxe. An awkward silence hung between them for a moment. Hey, looks like things aren't exactly pleasant for either of us. How about we just let this slide? We're not here for any money in your vault. I mean, sure, we wouldn't refuse it if offered, but that's not the point. We're trying to get to the lower level. We're not here to cause trouble, I guarantee you. Why don't we pretend we never saw each other and just go our separate ways? For 47,920,000. Speak some sense or I'll barf on your hands. For someone who often spoke in riddles, Rishu's patience sure wore out quickly. She tightened her grip on the sword sheath as she threatened the worker. I think she meant I'll break all remaining fingers on your hands. At this point, I'm more scared about how fast you figured that out. Must repay all the debt before I can go back to my family. They said they'll take one on off for each swing. 47 million, and how much was it? Don't talk to me, I need to count. Hold it, what's all that noise? Shoot. Cornered Gregoire suddenly started shouting in a remarkable robotic cadence. We can't live like this anymore. This is outrageous abuse. To tie people up and force them to dig. Let us all rise up and fight our oppressor. Forward, charge. That's actually not the worst plan I've ever seen. The hell was that? Propaganda. His effort has regrettably ended in failure. Greg, here's the thing about these people. They're here because they spent their whole lives like lice, trembling little creatures that only know how to exploit or be exploited. You didn't seriously think a half-baked speech was something to awaken their revolutionary spirit, did you? Next time you attempt a subversion, ensure your acting skills are at least at intermediate level. Greg, have you seriously never tried acting even once in your life? Come on, go easy on me. I'm embarrassed too, you know. Gregor's catastrophically bad acting had irritated even the guards. I couldn't possibly fathom why they would open the locked cages, such a risky move. I mean, that could have been worse, right? Okay, we fought those guys before. Okay, so 1 + 3 on a coin win, so the best they could do is 7. And we don't know anything else basically about them. Okay. We'll win rate that one. There's not much to think about there. I think our raw numbers will win the day against that. He says, and then he lets somebody sneak through. Okay, I should have probably organized that better.
다음 판단을 부탁합니다.
Okay, that wasn't terrible. All right, you, speed 5, are going into my speed 7. Okay, do trimmer. Okay, you're gonna do rupture stuff. Do to him. Okay, for her. Yeah, we need charge. Yeah, hit him too. And then you guys both hit that one. We'll finish him off.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
적을 난파시켰습니다.
Alright, we're gonna be able to squish him? Oh, we definitely squished him. I need to figure out how to calculate how much damage we're gonna do better. Alright, so we have Quarry 1, Quarry 2, and an Explosives Bay. We'll do Quarry 3. Do it.
이 오티스,
It's still saying that the slash would be better damage, so only Otis has the damage advantage on that. Okay, so this is not a focus encounter. We'll just win rate it then. Oh my goodness, we actually beat that guy really badly. Good job, team. That was actually pretty good. Is it sad that I'm surprised when they do well? Maybe I'm becoming Dante. Slashy, slashy. Okay. I think maybe our leveling strategy was working well. Eyeballing damage gets a lot easier once you have skill 3s. Those have a splash screen that shows the damage dealt. Okay. Yeah, I'm not catching the damage thing. It's we have to win the clash, and then we get to hit them 1 time per coin, right? And then with the damage we deal, it's based on our offense versus their defense, and the difference divided by 3 or something. I don't know. It's complicated. All right, the explosives bay.
효율적이라면.
Wave 1. All right, you are not abnormality, so I can't really do much. You have 5 speed, so you're gonna hit him. Let's put him on defense. So give me win rate, but then change to defense. Defense. Okay, that's not how that actually ended up working out. Because one of us attacked him early, I see. All right, so here, he's gonna go into a clash there, that's fine. So if they have 2 attacks at 5, does he get to go both of those at the same time? So he will outspeed her on that second one? Is that how that's working? I guess I don't know what happens when they have multiple attacks. Alright, you are absolutely dominating. I appreciate that. Wave 2. Power down. Okay, so this one is not going well. Why is that? 3 plus 7. Alright, so I would need to get 2 heads in order to beat him, and I need 1 head in order to tie him. I feel like that should be good odds. Alright, do it. Yeah. Hit him with your baseball bat. That's what I thought. Give me those low odds. Alright, and he lost his coin, so then we get to hit him with all of ours. Okay, and are these the last 2 guys here? Okay, so we win. Cut. Okay, we went with a 12, and then we hit him a whole bunch. Man, we are dominating these ones. The fat guys we fought were by far the hardest thing we fought. That damage is doing work? Yeah, no kidding. I'd forgotten how solid base Heathcliff is. Yeah. Yeah, and he's doing a really good job getting the trimmer set up for her too, so. But yeah, him and Otis, I think, are the ones doing most of the damage, unless she trimmer bursts. All right, shelter, enter. Our progression is saved. This seems to be working fine, so let's just continue rolling with it. Underground facility gate. Do it. Yep. All right, we've fought these enemies before. Let me remind myself. So you guys have a 1 coin with a 4 and a minus. and Slothful Grip that has a 5. So you could roll a 10. And we don't know anything about your passive. Also, they can bind. Okay. And you get +3, so you could get upwards of 7. Okay. Win rate that.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, we get an undefended hit there. When that 2 pops up, what is that? Like that little splash with the character next to it. Is that like crit damage or something? And I really like that we got that tremor burst right there at the end. 16, that's ridiculous. Okay, we 1 and smash. 24!
좋은 전략입니다.
I feel like we're on fire here. Some areas of the game have a difficulty roller coaster. Hard, easy, easy, super easy, brick wall. Well, and it probably gets easier when you have a deeper roster because you could switch your roster up to counter things. I basically have no other units. This is what we got. The other base ones that I could see is we could do this thing about sanity points with Faust and Sang, I think, where we could just feed a whole bunch of sanity to our team and then just spam egos. But that didn't look as easy as the Tremor team. Wait, why are they coming this way? Stop, I said. Get them off me, hurry. 47 million. The pink acid rose and fell without pause. Blows to go, counting down. Taking advantage of the momentary opportunity, we slipped further. Guess that counts as receiving help from the debtors after all. Just a coincidence. Rodwin replied curtly, her face betraying no emotion. Okay, so that seemed to have... Oops. Safety. That seemed to have worked rather well. What are you wanting from me here, game? Oh, we're going side. Okay, I thought we were still up there. All right, production line 1, 2, 3. We have a molding chamber or a molding chamber. Well, that's not a lot of choice, is it? 2 is calling to me. Do these actually change anything? No, those seem to be the same. The most brainless way to get through fights is to take IDs with the highest clash number and then just spam the win rate. Can't die if you never lose a clash. I mean, that is true. People die when they're killed. It's a freight container made of smooth plastic that comes in assorted colors. The use of many particular materials suggests this is more than just a basic manufacturing facility. Almost on cue, an eerily colorful container facility whirls to life, chirping a cheerful tune. I've got a bad feeling about this. Why aren't there any guards on this floor? The answer revealed itself before anyone could voice their uncertainty. The container flashed, cycling, the doors slid open, and out came... You want to get beat hurdily. That is a guy that exists. Screenshot. Highly excited. Thoroughly amusing. The game of death. It appears they redoubled excavation efforts at this point onward. Otherwise, there would be no means of mass-producing augmented humans on a conveyor belt. Got it, but we gotta move on. They're pointing right at us and singing that spooky song. It's rude to point at people and sing spooky songs. Alright, what are you doing? Grown powerful for realsies? Okay, we don't know some of their skills. 2 and then a 3 coin with +2s. So that could be upwards of 8. And then just to defend. At the start of turn, gain a protection. Take less damage from skills based on the account. Okay. So we would like to kill them early if possible, but... Oh, no, and I can actually target in this, can't I? Let's actually look at that. So you're just defending. We can pretty much just ignore you. 3 plus the 2s. Speed of 2. Alright, yeah. Go ahead and bash his head in. And then Ishmael. Nice guitar riff there. Alright, we'll do a defense down here because I doubt we're going to kill that one in one go. And then you have speed 3, you're going after her, but we could clash with another speed 3, right? So we have Otis. We are not faster, so we'll do the rupture. That did not change that targeting. Okay, then in that case, you do that one. You do that one. No. Okay, never mind. I don't have the speed for that. All right, so you attack him. And then you get over him, and then we have no one on the 4? That doesn't work either. All right, so she goes after the 4. Otis goes for the 3. Okay, why is that not redirecting? I thought that should be redirected. I guess I'm not understanding something on that one. All right, and here we want to get the charge built up. Hit you. And hit you.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
Alright, so he goes first and hits. We absolutely dominate that clash. Then she gets hit. So their 3 got to go before my 3, I guess? I guess I still don't 100% understand the redirecting of clashes. Okay, double stagger, that's great. And then you have 3 but -1s. Best get over with. Okay, well, she can do that. And then those 2 are staggered, so if we just kill this guy, he can't hit anybody. Simple as. All right, we go faster, do more damage. All right, you don't have any debuffs on you. So then we might as well just get our charge up. And you have the same stuff. Let's do that. And we'll up our defense by killing him. Go.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
Okay, we won one, we lost one, we lost.
순조로운 전략이
Otis
좋은
shows up
전략이-
and just massacres him.
쉽네.
Heath splat. Splat. Okay, that was good. So this one, just go for damage.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
제대로 찝었군.
Okay, I feel like that fight went pretty well, but I still don't understand why that 3 speed on 3 speed didn't redirect. All right, now we're going to the molding chamber. In the middle of the factory, you find a vending machine with large buttons. Yeah, we have some kind of like child gambling anomaly or something. They're colorful and fancy. You feel a strong compulsion to press them. You're not going to close my game, are you? Which one will you press? Press the red button with a fist, gain ego. Press yellow button with a foot. Press green button with a heart. Give him the old foot. Congrats, congrats. Something rumbled down the chute. It appears to be a toy foot. All allies gain +1 speed. I am very happy with my toy foot. I think the speeder unit has to be higher to redirect. Okay, so ties don't work. Okay. Well, good thing I have a +1 now, eh? Okay, to the assembly line.
이 오티스 참전합니다.
Oh my gosh, like that guy. That guy. Okay, new people become stronger, generally. A 2, but you get a +9, so that could be upwards of 11. We hate that. You are pretty weak. What is that? What's that skill even trying to do? Just be junky. And you, on hit, gain haste. It's a skill 13, but if he gets ahead, he gets a minus 10. Okay, so you, on use, lose 10 HP, skill power plus 1. Alright, so that's a 13. That's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt quite a lot. But he can't go any higher. So if I had Otis do this, that's a 15. So he can't get to 15, right? Because he has minus 10. So we would auto win that skill. That'll be a little bad for Otis, but that'll be a win on a pretty nasty skill that's going to make him really fast. Okay, he's still attacking her. That's fine. Defense down or some trimmer. Let's give him defense down because he's not, that should be fine. Okay, and 2 of them are targeting her. All right, if we have Heathcliff hit the speed 4, he can redirect that. Now they're just going to clash. And for that one, we need to get some charge, so let's get charge. And then here, we could gain defense and trigger our burst or add some trimmer. We may as well just get our defense up. Let's hit that guy. All right. I hope that works out really well. Okay, we win that one. Good. Okay. Excellent. Okay, and that again did not work how I thought the speed was going to work there. I thought she was going to go first for some reason. But I guess we just hit him for some damage. I guess that's okay. Put some rupture up if nothing else, so not terrible. We staggered everybody. We'll just go for damage here. Everyone, guys, I don't think we all want to attack the same thing here. No, he only has 11 HP. Stop hitting him, he's already dead. All right, Heath, would you hit that one? And then, all right, go ahead and that. Okay, that looks a little more reasonable. He seemed like he really enjoyed that, if I'm being honest. There we go. And we're... Stop hitting him, he's already dead. No, he's not, because apparently they're going to resurrect. You defeat the enemy, but they're back up. What's going on? Oh, that's crazy. Okay, crappy skill. You could do a 12. That would be kind of dangerous. Both of those are pretty crappy. Lose 10 HP, gain skill power. Yeah, if he is able to keep doing that, that's going to get to the point where it's going to be super dangerous. Let's hit you with the defense down. All right, and then they're double targeting her, but Otis will go first. Do the extra damage here. I'm dominating. And then he's doing double into her. Heath, could you take one of those? And then Ruina. I have 1 charge. I really could use some more charge. Yeah. That one. All right, and we have 1 person who's free, and all he can do is add trimmer. We'll do it to... Yeah. All right. Win these, please. Yes, yes, like that. 9, yep. If we fail either of those front ones, we're in a lot of trouble. Because we should not be losing those. Oh, we lost that one though. Don't love that. All right, but he did redirect that one so she didn't take 2. And he goes and punches them. How do these cyborgs keep coming back, the sinners were discussing? Perhaps those beings are not alive. That way they would not be able to die. No, we're not getting philosophical here. To me it looks like rebuilding a brick wall. I think I'm hearing something from the factory in the back. The group turned their gaze to the factory behind the cyborgs. The metallic clanking could be heard from the place that was quiet until a moment ago. Maybe we should look at that shady facility? Investigate the factory or we can't walk into unknown danger. I mean, if they're gonna keep getting back up, we obviously can't. Let's investigate the factory. You decided to check out the factory, but you might want to do something about the cyborgs first, just to be safe. Perhaps you could earn enough time by getting through to incapacitate the big one? Okay. All right, are they telling me they want me to just down him? And we just eat these ones, I guess? All right, it looks like you're gonna defend. Mm, 62 HP, I probably can beat that. Am I okay letting him get walloped? Or should I redirect this one? What do you... Oh, you're defending. Perfect. Never mind, that'll be okay. All right, and then everybody else get in on this. 5 plus 6. I really need him to not get a... Oh, that's gonna be gross. I don't know if we're gonna be able to win that one. 9, 5 plus 6. Let's do that one. That one's a win. Okay, 1 plus... or 3 plus a bunch of 1s. We're unlikely to win that, though. 4 plus 3. All right, and then maybe for this, if the target has 50% plus HP, deal extra damage. Yeah, we'll do that one into here. And then Heath has just inflict tremor, so sure, doesn't really matter. All right. We guard somewhat. Or we lose that one. Yeah, we kind of knew there was going to be a bad one in there somewhere. Ow. 26. Youch. The Otis is having none of that. I couldn't undo a thing. I don't think we've used that before. Okay, he's got 16 HP. Heath, you got this? He got this. Hitting down the largest cyborg as planned, you got to the factory in time. Huh, this looks like some kind of toy plant. The center's comment on the huge mechanism. Ah, come behold this curiosity. The center pointed to the control panel with several buttons attached to it. Do you love the city you live in? What should you press? Yes or no? It's not a lot of context. I doubt they love the city, if I'm being honest. No. You press no. Incorrect input. You must become strong. Please input your answer. Warning, pressing the button 3 times will cause the facility to shut down. Do you love the city? What do you press? No. Incorrect. You must become strong. Please put in the answer. Warning, pressing a button 3 times will cause the facility to shut down. Do you love the city? What do you press? No. Shutting down. Looks like it stopped. The machines whirled for a short while before stopping. With that, the cyborg should no longer revive. Let's step outside the factory, shall we? Don't give in, Babel. Show them your truth. Yeah, that's right. That's right. The enemies have lost their upgrade factory at work passives. Thank you, Shinosuke. We stayed the course. He's got 3 HP left. I hate that. And a speed of 4. All right, you just get rid of him. Oh, speed at 8? Holy moly. Okay, well that's gonna happen. What's your attack? 3, and if you get a heads, you get 9. I'll tell you what. No, you don't. I'm glad you said something about that, because that like definitely clicked in my mind about using that to win those ones. And you're at speed 5. I can't really outspeed you. You know what? I could outspeed you with her, but I guess it also doesn't matter. Yeah, it's a crap skill anyways. All right, so we want Heath to go into that fight. Yeah, give him some old trimmers. And Raja. Okay, we do have ones. She's gonna go before him though, so we're just gonna add. Okay, and then 3 defense or do some trimmer. I guess we'll just do some trimmer.
여행엔 목적이 있었지.
All right, Shinosuke, if I miss you, have a good one, man. Okay, okay, good. All right, you pulled through, Heathcliff. I appreciate that. Okay, that went really well. During battle, if an ally takes lethal damage, their HP won't go below 1. On the next turn, fully heal their HP and gain 3 surgery. Die when count reaches 5. Reduce match XP by 20%. Okay. They die at the end of battle. Activates once per dungeon, then the gift expires. Alright, well that sounds horrible. Maintenance points. Enter. Yep, save our team. I mean, this seems to be working really well. Am I enjoying the game so far? Yeah, so far so good. The story in Chapter 2 has been a little weaker than Chapter 1, but I was pre-warned about that. Level 13, sure. Let's do it. I'm actually shocked. I underestimated how long last time would take, and I've overestimated this time, because it seems like we're going to be just a little over time maybe on stream tonight. I'd like to finish this Canto, but the dungeon should be the end, but my understanding is correct. Okay, so 3, 3, 4, 5, and you're all doing the same skill? 3 plus 5, yeah. So at most you could do 8s. And we're back to fighting people, aren't we? So I can just win rate you guys. Okay, yeah. I think I'm okay with that. Yeah, stab him. Again, more stabbing. Came for the gamble. We did our pulls at the end of last stream. I don't have any other currency to spend today, unfortunately. I'm gonna save up for Polgris or whatever it is, which is supposed to start in a week or 2. So what we have is what we have until that pops, and then I'll blow all my currency on that. I've played gachas before, so I understand the limited resource. All right, they're both stunned. We'll just go for damage here. Sorry to disappoint, unfortunately. I was lamenting when I started today. I'm a little surprised how little resources I got in my mail. Normally when you start a new account on an old gacha, they like shower you with resources. It's how they trick you to think that you can buy things easily in the game. Easy peasy. Okay, paint shop. Quality control. Final processing or waste disposal. We'll do quality control. 13.
재미게 끌 거 없어. 바로 간다.
All right, you're new. What are you guys? Pink shoes possessed. Oh, did you put the pink shoes on? You never put the pink shoes on. Even I know that. It's like the ruby slipper anomaly. 2 and you get +1. So that's not too scary. And 2 and you get +10. That is frightening. Speed of 5. Man, okay, we got some quick ones here. All right, if you get a heads, we could win. Okay, 3 + 3s. All right, and she's being attacked there, so go ahead and clash that. Actually, no, he's defending, so that doesn't matter. If it doesn't matter, we'll bonk him. Actually, probably should get. Probably gonna swap between those 2 skills, so I probably should just try to get rid of that one. Inflict some rupture. Yeah, let's really focus this thing. Defense up for a turn, sure.
좋은 전략이네요.
I got lucky on the anniversary gift package soon after you started. Yeah, see, normally, I mean, obviously you don't expect everything, but usually there's about like 100 pulls or something when you start a gacha. You can grind for everything in game, don't need to spend. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I wanted to check it out. I played a lot of gachas, but I don't like the monetization of gachas, and I've heard that this one's very different. So that is definitely a selling point that had me come check it out. I played most of them, but the one that really made me like think about it was I've been playing a little bit of Morimin's, which is a very, very niche gacha, but it's such an amazing game. I love the atmosphere, I love the mechanics, but the monetization is so predatory. It's just so predatory. I don't even want to like put it on my channel. And I wish it wasn't the case because I really like that game. Okay, we got a couple choices here. You have no keywords on you, unfortunately. All right, crap skill, and crap skill. Okay, I really don't care. Go for damage. That'll be fine. How many Cantos will I'm just gonna finish 2. I normally stream for about 4 hours at a time. We're at 3 hours and 40 minutes, so this has been actually almost perfect. Yesterday I had to go for 6.5 because I was told Canto 1 would take me like 2 hours. Canto 1 did not take me 2 hours. Speedrun 9 Canto? Yeah, no, probably not. Alright, you have crap skill. Okay, we can just damage this again. Splat. Okay, and then he's just defending, so hit him. I can't believe this team's actually working as well as it is, if I'm being honest. I was very concerned when I was reading through all my skills last night that we weren't going to have a team that worked. I wish we would have gotten those other 2 something that would be usable in the same team. Okay, final processing or waste disposal. Broken monsters, I assume. Okay, well this one actually has a different affinity. I have like only Otis doing slash. We'll do waste disposal.
명령에 따를게요.
Surely this will be easier, right? Because they were thrown away. Okay, a bunch of those things. That may not have been the case. All right, so just win your clash, lol. Easy. Okay, so that could go upwards of 12. Okay, Otis does outspeed it though. All right. Crappy skill, good skill, crappy skill, good skill. All right, so Otis, if you pose that, you'll win the clash there. All right, who's gonna do this one? Okay, you also have yours. 15, okay, that should work. We'll smash that one. All right, and then Heathcliff. It's that one. Let's get our charge going. And then here we can add tremors or add defense up. Let's just get our defense up. Do it. All right, break him.
여행에는
Break him.
목적이 있었지.
Now, unfortunately, we're not super duper high on sanity, so I don't know how many rounds I can do this for.
그 자식은
That bastard has to be alive still. All right, good job, Heath. Excellent job, Brodja. Good job. Okay. I don't know why in my mind I think he's weak. I'm always surprised when he doesn't lose a clash. What are you guys doing? Inflict 1 urge at the end of turn. If 5 stacks, take 30 SP, gain 2 fragile and a bind. Okay, so we would really prefer not to have 5 stacks. Good skill, great skill. All right, that's going to be rather painful. You guys have no speed? Oh, you have ones. Okay, so you're the only one that's going early. And you have a 50-50, or, well, you have 1 coin that could be upwards of 12. All right, we tie if we get a heads here. We'll do that. I have a feeling we are going to get absolutely bashed here. Otis. Okay, her normal skill should be able to win that. Raja. Okay, that one's attacking her. All right, get some more charge. Heathcliff. Getting our attack up would be rather nice. All right, meet that one. And then no choice here. He's getting attacked from there and here. All right, let's take the one that he might actually be able to win. All right, come on, team. Big damage.
순조로운 전략입니다.
We like that. We like that a lot.
제대로 찝었군.
The 1% of streamers who can read? Well, thank you. I've done nothing but read for days. My morning stream, I've been playing a game called Scroll of Taiwu. It took us 9.5 hours to finish the tutorial, just to put that in perspective. So I figured, why not learn another super complicated game at the exact same time? My Battle Brothers run died early, so here we are. Okay, great. Good job, team. Crap skill and crap skill. All right, beat him up, team. You got this. And pop. Nice. And finish. Probably not 46 damage. All right, he's staggered. Just do the damage again.
좋은 전략입니다.
Okay, I'm gonna say that went really well. That could have been very different, actually. Okay, security room, enter. Save our team. Level 14, okay. And everyone in my team is 18 or plus, so we'll get at least a +1 on it. The lack of 3-star IDs actually makes the game enjoyable. Yeah, everyone groaned when I got my 3-star because I got Rose, was it Rose House or whatever? The Tremor ID. It's been okay. Am I planning on checking out Menace? I've already done a full playthrough of Menace when it first came out. At least when it goes into 1.0, I'll do another run. I don't know if I'll do another one before that happens. We had a really good campaign, though. It was a lot of fun. It was pretty popular, so I must have been doing something right. All right, let's get in trouble here. Actually, my Battle Brothers run this last week was pretty fun too. That is a game I love, but I'm terrible at. We, well, I won't spoil it, but it was a pretty good run. It was a pretty good run.
명령에 따를게요. 효율적이라면.
The timing of the Roger poll is very funny because she just got a new... Yeah, I went and read those after last time. Yeah, I think there's one for her and one for Heathcliff, and I think they're both trimmers. Rose Spanner is totally fine. Seems to be working so far. And this is the only team I could make around it, so Otis could be swapped out, but I took her because of the ego, basically. When I get my free ego pick, I'm supposed to pick the fluid sac Faust or something, so Faust will probably sub in here. That's about as far as my knowledge goes. Like I said, I'm mostly playing blind. Okay, so... You look really dangerous. You're actually not that bad, at least not with your original. Okay, we don't know what else you can do, though. Okay. You're using your good skill. We also have no sanity right now. Good skill. Oh my gosh, okay. Well then, we're living on a dream here. Okay, quick win rate. What are you guys gonna do? Okay, so you clash there. Basically, we auto win if they flip a tails, and we auto lose if they flip a head. Okay. I don't think we're gonna be able to do much better than that. Okay, Rodna, you're doing the wrong skill. You should use that skill. Yeah, there's not much to that, is there? We have one. You're taking an attack that's not blocked from him? Because that's speed 4. Alright, let's not do that. Why don't you clash that? Oh, I see. And then he's hitting her. Okay, no, we will have you do that. She'll have to eat the one. Fail. Fluid sac, yeah, that from everything I saw, it was like that's like the only choice on that. It's just so much better than everything else because it can actually do healing, by my understanding. Okay, that was okay. We did take a lot of damage on her though. That really hurt. All right, very slow speed. You probably can win those clashes. Bad clash. Okay, they all have their bad clashes on now. What are you doing? If you get heads, you get minus. If you get tails, you would have a 13. Okay. Can we spend? Yeah, let's spend on that. We'll win that one. A 9. And you're heading into him. Okay, we would not be able to win that clash. He's at speed 4. I could intercept with Rodna. Do you have anything on you right now? No. She has a little bit of charge. Alright, so we do that one. And then I need to make sure we intercept that because she cannot have a hit just coming in for free again. Okay, and then she's gonna get hit for free, but she has decent amounts of life. Man, they just have so many more attacks than I do. I think that just is what it is. Alright, we'll take the clash there. He'll clash with that, I guess, and then we'll just take the hit, or we clash that. That seems better. Fluid Sac is HP healing, SP healing, and AoE all in a single button. Wow. That does seem really good. Is that good for a starter ego, or is that just like normal ego power? Alright. I think that was a good play to get rid of that attack.
아직 살아있을
You just
거야.
win that. Okay, and she clashes the other one, and looks like it got a win. Good, good. Okay, Otis, nice. Some damage in there. But then takes some unblocked hits. And we clash here, and we win. Yeah. Okay, good. Okay. Got rid of one of them. All right, staggered, not staggered. Oh, shoot, I missed something. I missed whatever that was saying. Something about strips of something. We don't have the... No. Okay. I totally missed... There was something in yellow there, and I totally missed it. What's that button? Oh, just showing me my stuff. Right, okay. Okay, 2-1. Okay, so they're all super slow. So all of my team goes first. And you are staggered. We have urge keyword. At the end of turn, if not 5 plus XA. Right. And how many stacks do I have?
지금 바쁜데. 용건만 빨리.
Status, resistances. I don't know how many stacks I have, apparently. But apparently I have some amount. Okay, that's a crap skill. That one's really high. All 3 of his are high. Okay, so let's do that. Let's go crazy. What is your skill again? Power up and haste. Okay. Oh, but I can't afford it. Can I afford yours? I could, but not really high enough to win that. His might. Okay. All right, so 1, 2, and 3. And then this one is gonna inflict 3 tremor. And then you know what? We actually... Okay, charge. We'll try to pop that tremor. Alright. Hopefully that works well. Please win these clashes. Everyone I just used your egos on.
여행엔 목적이 있었지.
It's universally good. Don't think it even needs a good for a starter. Okay. Alright, 1 down. Oh, you know what? We might actually just kill him. Maybe I didn't need to spend all 3 of those.
그 자식은 아직 살아있을 거야.
Okay. Oh, but he went into an egg form. That's not good. Okay. Nice. That went really well. A voice travels between the fluttering ribbons. What is your desire? Put me on. I'll carry you wherever you wish to go. The suggestions are incredibly suspicious, but for some reason, the sinners are struggling to decide what to do. What do you say? Refuse to put on the shoes. We are not putting on the magic shoes. The knot of desire must be undone. Who can undo the knot? Uh-oh. Okay, Rodna, she definitely can undo the knot. Good, yep, I knew it was right to believe in you. I didn't doubt for a second. My head's pounding. Was just getting good. The ribbons binding the team scattered and melted away. Freedom, freeness. An unfamiliar voice reaches your ears, but for now, you should help the sinners recover first. For the remaining turns, all enemies gain 3 attack power down and 5 fragile. All enemies will no longer be desirous. Well, that's good. And we can just damage this. Do it. Did that pop up because I killed the main guy, or did that pop up because of the round counter that we were on? That was much easier than the last boss. Feels like it's getting colder and colder.
왜 점점
What's up with all this ice around?
이상 현상이 잦아질수록
An increase in frequency of anomalies should ideally be strong, positive reflections. Did you call? I'm missing some kind of pun here? Why do you keep reacting to that word? God, it's so cold. Putting aside Ishmael's grievance, I thought about what Faust had said. Because that means we're getting close to the golden bough, right, Faust? It was a pretty solid answer if I say so myself. Yeah, sure. Faust's reply, however, was discouragingly dull, or at least that's how it came across to me. Alright, good job, team. Ooh, okay. Bigger than we thought. Well, so much for my dream of finishing at the 4-hour mark. Okay, snowstorm fields, frozen ruins, buried hideout. Take the frozen ruins route, I guess. Are these different? Yes, they are. And you know what? Our damage type is the blunt. We should go this way. We'll take the blunt damage.
돈 벌러 가자.
Alright, what are you? Heads hit, inflict 3 sinking next turn. So sinking, I believe, lowers my sanity. It's 3 power and it has a coin of +6, so we could do a 9. Fluid sac Faust. Don't get the wrong one. Okay. Speed 5521. Okay. Defense down, sure. Alright, you are gonna have to clash with him. This is probably gonna go for at least 2 rounds. Let's get our damage up. Or try to. And then Otis has speed 4. Yeah, we could just take the clash. We'll take the extra damage. And then here we're gonna need charge. Defense up and power, or defense power up and trigger trimmers. Sure. Okay. It'd be very funny if you get the Dawn one and you can't heal. I don't find that too funny. No. I have a long time because I think that's like the end of the newbie banner. Basically gives you that. So I've got a while. All right, and point. Nice. Okay. That little trimmer proc there. All right, we have double staggers and a guy in the front with 22 HP. All right, give him a stagger or a trimmer. Give him a trimmer. Sure. And pop it. And what do you got? Trimmer or defense burst? All right, just hit him. I'm feeling like this is far too easy and it's making me very suspicious of things to come. Why is this so much easier than Canto 1? I guess we did spend some XP. All right, 1 down. Okay, again, we actually have effective affinity. That's nice. Yeah, you made it, Shinosuke. Apparently the bottom floor wasn't just the boss fight, or we might have been done. We're on the last floor, the last couple fights here. Okay, you look terrifying. Shivering Minor Slave. 2, but you get a +10 if you win your flip. Okay. Which attacks do you have? 2, but you get your +10. Okay, wow, and this is gonna be a complicated one. Alright, that's the 50-50. So for him, definitely want to clash that. Oh, they're targeting him with both of their good attacks. Okay, you have to do that. You need to intercept that. And then I think I would like to just kill the front line if I can. Tremor or defense up? Let's get a defense up. And that's not going to work. And what if she attacked that one? He'll still have to eat one attack, but it's the weaker of them. You said you were going to gauge how I'm going to gauge how I feel at the end of Canto 3, so the next act. I've liked it so far. We'll see how the audience is, though. People seem to like the first video. We'll see if this one is all right or not. I think I will probably continue playing either way. It'll just depend whether I'm going to do it on stream or not. But I'm going to give it at least till Canto 3, because I've heard that's where the game starts hitting its stride. It wouldn't really be fair going at the end of 2 if we know this is one of the weaker chapters. I definitely will say I really enjoy these ones where I get to actually target my attacks way more than those auto fights. Ow. Ow. I do like that he usually reads through stuff. He feels insecure about audience appreciation. Well, the statistics don't lie, unfortunately. No, that's no problem, Shinosuke. Okay. We did stagger him, which is a little surprising. He has 16 HP. I would love to just finish him off. And then you are not doing as bad of attack. So you can only do an 8. Can we get an 8? Not on her. All right, just go do some damage. All right, either of these would work. How much HP do you have? You have 40. Let's give you a defense down if we win. All right, and then these don't really matter. I guess let's get some extra charge. We'll go ahead and hit you. Make sure you're got... Okay, no matter what, I can't fix the speed problem, I guess. Yeah. Alright, hit that one. Empirical analysis. Yeah, I was saying, you know, it's kind of funny. I've been planning on doing this since before my work was even done. I was just waiting for the right time. And I did not want to do this while we were still early on in school at Taiwu, but I did have it slated for after Battle Brothers. Battle Brothers just ended a couple days early. I kind of figured we'd be playing that on Friday, but yeah, you saw what happened there. All right, we'll win that on the damage roll here. That was a fun run, though, I will say. Victory. Yees. What are you yeasting me? I yeast you. Okay, we have a drawbridge. Okay, so we have a couple more fights. So do it. Do it. That's how the line disappeared? Yep. Yep. Oh, man, now we got 3 of these guys? Man, those... Okay, at least he's not queuing up the big one. That's a big one. And that's a big one. They're all at speed 5, so I can't outspeed anybody. All right, well, then that is what that is. Down. Rodna, hit your charge. All right, that's the other nasty one, and I can outspeed that. Okay, Otis. Let's pop him with this. Make sure we win that. All right, then attack power up. Sure. That is not redirecting that attack for some reason. And then Merlot, fence. Yeah, let's give us some defense here. These guys are nasty, I will definitely say. That big 10 on the coin flip is very hard to deal with. Yeah, please just finish that guy off. Thank you. Good, good.
목적이 있었지.
Hey, Storm King. How's the journey? Pretty good. Pretty good. We are nearing the end of Canto 2 here. We're a couple fights from where I assume the boss is. And, yeah, the forced trimmer team seems to be working okay. Right, let's win rate this guy. Easy to deal with the big hits, just gamble better. That's right, flip your coin better. Are you even trying? They should have a special one where the coin lands straight up and down. In my high school physics class, we were doing something about probability, and we had to do a coin flip thing, and my partner actually did a coin flip and it landed directly on its side. So, you know, we got to derail the whole class for a whole long time. All right, Ruined Village. Save team. All right, so I'm assuming this is gonna be the boss. It doesn't seem like we can go any deeper. Okay, level 15. Let me back out of there. So if we, can I look at my sinners? I guess I cannot. Okay, never mind then, do it. All right, so everyone here is level 15 or higher, so we should get a +1 to our clashes for that, if I understand that mechanic correctly. Just be lucky, dude, it's not hard. Just remember what Ruina said. Just believe in yourself, and anyone who doesn't say it is full of shit. We came upon a monumental castle of ice, flanked by frozen pillars that seemed to boost indestructible durability. Before it stood a person. A man with highline hair, clear as ice, waiting for us. I'd come here whenever I felt the need to clear my thoughts. Though there's no armchairs or whiskey you like. The chill dominating the place pierces even the thickest coat. That helps me think more lucid mind. While the rest of us were frozen stiff, stuck watching, Ruina made a slow step forward to face him. Didn't expect you to get here first. My men and I knew of a shortcut leading here. It was a route we learned about by parleying with the local lowlives in search of the whereabouts of a great buried treasure waiting to be used for our noble purpose. Alas, we could only make it as far as this place, the general vicinity of the buried golden bough. We could not get any closer to it. Thought you'd never leave District 25, but seeing you here resorting to those tactics like some kind of gangster, maybe you should have stayed a country boy. Sonia, your lackeys have been taking from shopkeepers who weren't rich to begin with. Want to know something, Raja? This cave used to be nothing more than a particular hollow with those walls were lined with hoarfrost. And look at it now, a giant castle surrounded by thick columns of ice that have risen here. This changes happens the instant you walked in. Sounds like you figured out that this would happen on my arrival. How'd you know? I have many sources, but that's not for you to know, Raja. Whatever makes you say that I caused this in the first place. I'm not some kind of witch of the backstreets or anything. I think the answer that should become quite obvious once you observe the faces encased in ice. Take a peek. They're the ones you loved yet secretly contempted. Are they not? 250,000. That's all it's worth? You can't be serious. I'm dead serious. Just look at how old and battered it is. It's scratched all over and the shine it once had is long dulled. To be frank, others wouldn't even pay 2,000 for this. 200,000 even. And the rest all worthless garbage. With that, your remaining unpaid tax is down to 400,000. Why would the poor only grow poorer the harder they work? It's ridiculous, isn't it? As the pawnbroker's vault grew fuller by each passing day. Our neighbors only grew more gaunt, forced to give up even more precious mementos and cherished memories to be weighed for pocket money upon their ruthless scale. Sonia rallied the people, delivered speeches with big words. They organized a group under the name of Eurodivie. It went okay at first. Sonia's words managed to inspire even the thickest folks to help with the impoverished of the backstreets. But I could see it on Sonya's face, he still wanted something more. Eventually, the Eurodive that first established it to actually go out and help the needy was warped into an organization of passive pundits who only cared about sitting around and endlessly debating how the streets and the nest would be revolutionized. That's why I left them. Being an armchair revolutionary wasn't going to feed our starving neighbors. But I told you time and time again, Raja, we must wait for the right moment. Sonia, I'm sorry, but the moment you kept talking about, it didn't come when little Ivan, Eurodive's youngest, dug through trash for food waste just to recall what having food in his stomach felt like. Nor did it arrive after he choked to death from it. Detailed policy plans and power to realize them are both necessary in the monumental endeavors such as ours, the redistribution of wealth. Such personal grievances and tragedies will inevitably occur on the wheel of progress. Yes, board the rowboat and row across the oceans of blood to your utopia. Unfortunately, utopia will never arrive. Personal, you don't remember how it all began? Helping people was our purpose. You and your Eurodive no longer seemed interested in that, though, nor anything I'd hoped for when we began. Is that why you decided to take matters into your own hands? Absolutely. What our town needed wasn't an empty promise telling people to sit on their hands and wait for a vague moment, but someone willing to pick up an axe. It must have been one of those days when most of the neighborhood hadn't seen a glimpse of food for the last 4 days, but biting wind hounded and howled without mercy, clawing at the cracked skin of people who barely had energy left to move. And it happened to know whose safe kept so much money they could treat my neighbors to a 3-day feast and not even make a dent. So what did you do? No, wait, I didn't think I wanted to do this anymore. The golden bough has resonated with your psyche and created this confessional of sort for you. And a confessional's purpose is to lead the sinner to the path of penance. Swearing in Russian. If only that old woman had changed her mind in her last moments. But Raja, you must have known that the terminal leech upon the neighbors wouldn't turn over a new leaf just like that. You knew she wasn't the kind of person who'd give up that life for a generous philanthropist. You wouldn't have brought the axe otherwise. Poor Rodian. Dear, you must be under the delusion that you're some sort of savior. Demanding my money so brazenly into my face won't change anything. You're nothing but a louse yourself, no different than the paupers in the back street. That's right. I'm the one who put an axe through her head. Like cutting open the belly of a goose that had laid golden eggs, I carved that hag's skull. I mean, someone had to do it. Am I wrong? Unlike the idiot cottager in the fable who gave in to greed and served his own future prospects, we were just hungry, miserable people who would have gladly scooped out her brains for a meal. And unlike the goose, her belly was full of golden eggs. Yeah, the lady you killed was a tax collector wielding considerable authority in District 25. But what gave her so much power was her sibling status as a member of the Middle. I put an axe through the skull of my neighbors so that they wouldn't starve to death. Was that so wrong? No, you did it for yourself. You couldn't stand the fact that you weren't anyone special. Did you know the Middle never forgets, never forgives anyone who has wronged their family? They aren't too interested in finding out exactly who did the deed. It only matters to them that they demonstrate clearly what happens to poor fools who dare disturb them. The joy of the backstreets residents who tasted the tenderness of quality meat for the first time in their lives soon made corpse towers of them all. Not much different from the car pagodas outside the casino. I'm well aware of the sheer weight of pain and guilt you've burdened with ever since then. It can't have been easy to live with the realization that, at the end of the day, you really weren't so different from the idiot who cut open the goose that laid the golden egg. Since that day, nothing I held truly felt like it was mine. It's all my It's okay, Rodnia. You see, Rodnia, I've pursued hundreds of books and thousands of documents, and met all kinds of people around the city, all to change the world. Change the world so that the oppressed can be free from the exploitative dominion of ruling class and find liberation in the truest sense. And I want to make that world a reality. However, I learned that such a world cannot be realized by changing what is already there. Once the ink makes a mark on a page, it's permanent. You can't simply put the ink back in the pen. Look closely. This world you and I can usher in. A world that can be created using the golden bough, which you resonated. May no soul on earth suffer from starvation ever again. May every individual have the right to pursue their delights, both spiritual and intellectual. Join hands with me and I'll gift you that world. It would be as if everything that has happened hasn't happened at all. Ah, who could have ever understand such a feeling? Even the briefest glimpse of this world felt dreamlike. I wanted to etch that mesmerizing instant into my memory so that I wouldn't forget it, not even for a second. If this were a dream, let my sleeping self never wake and join the residents of the dreaming world. But despite everything, sorry, I'm turning down your offer. How should I put this? I don't want to bask in the warmth just yet. I feel like I ought to be out shivering in the cold a bit longer. Think I'll stay that way, at least until I can answer whether I deserve to be warm again. Besides, Sonia, you knew my temper would be at the best of me and make me kill her, didn't you? Rodna, this will probably elude you, but you don't have the sign. Don't have the sign with a capital S. I don't think we've had that word yet. We had aspect with a capital A. I came here hoping to see you possess it, but I'm seeing it in a few of your friends instead. The sign? What are you? On top of that, you can't even see the sign. In other words, you don't have what it takes to lead. But I'm different. So, to make a better world? Yeah, I think I remember hearing you say something like that a while ago. Sitting atop a desk buried in piles of books. That's why I can't join you. I still believe that your big words and endless debates won't feed the neighbors. And I'm sure you've learned them by now. There's no way a rowdy rascal like me would be under some dweeb's leadership. Ha ha ha. The golden bough awaits inside the castle, Raja. I hope you'll be able to find what you seek. We walked past Sonia and then made our way into the ice castle he indicated. All right, what do we got? Okay. Wave 1 of 4. Slumber broken neighbor. 11 minus 9. 2 plus 2s. 3 plus 5s. All right. We're just gonna win rate these first ones. Didn't like something there. Yeah, do that one. All right, we get some sanity and then we'll see what we can do. We just have to pray that they roll bad or flip bad or whatever you want to call it, I suppose. This is very good ice level music, but this is way too chill for a combat track. I hope this is building. Nice job. Okay, not bad, not bad. Do the damage. Beautiful. Boom! What the? The castle trembles violently as the frost rubble falls around us from above. Wait, if this keeps up, a foreboding thought cuts through my head. The ticking of my clock was a reminder of how much time we have left. We gotta get out of here now. We hurriedly evacuated the castle. Am I seeing this right? The castle isn't falling apart, it's like... Indeed. It's most certainly rising to its feet. Don't look back, just run! We ran quite a bit, what do we do now? Footfalls, not of a human, rather slow and heavy. You could just say something like a mammoth is after us. That may have served better. Dante, our job here is done. Can't we just book it? Give me a second. I never considered what we'd do when we got down here. Wait, did we get the bow already? Oh, really? Can we worry about that later? The bus. Where's the bus? Quit prattling and run! Away from the thrumpin'! This might be the first logical statement I've heard from your mouth, Heathcliff. I'm gonna smash your skull to bits later. Okay, we got a big boy. We got a real... What is with all these feet that are trying to always squish us? What's up with that? Alright, you're the same guys we were looking at before? Yeah, you are. Okay, we'll just try to win rate that and just pray that they get tails, basically. Or we kill them before they get their second attack. Heathcliff always catching strays. He was actually on pretty good behavior this run. Agony of defeat. Is that a foot pun? I approve. There's been a lot less clock puns. That I don't approve of. It's about time we get one. Alright. We've staggered one. I think we can just win right down again. There's not a lot of thought I can put into it. They basically just need to fail that big plus roll that they get. Good, good. I'm actually very surprised this team is doing as well as it has. Go for the damage. Got him. Wave 3. Okay, so we have one more wave after this. Okay, this is getting spicier and spicier. We have some Sandy now. Yeah. You have a lot of Sandy. Let's use yours to take that. Make sure you're still... No, I want you to go there. All right, go ahead and do that one. We'll just make sure that one doesn't win a flip there. Good, good. Some of these monster designs kind of remind me of the Darkest Dungeon. Which is definitely a compliment. Nice, Otis, nice. Am I spending Sandy on abilities? Yeah. You spend Sandy and you spend the Sin points. I don't want to go below because Sandy also modifies our coin flip. It's not a true 50-50. It's 50-50 plus or minus your Sanity. So getting that high Sandy means we'll win the coin flips more often, but it also costs me Sandy to use the egos. Okay, this went very well. All right, let's go for damage, and that's not gonna work for me. All right, get that one, get that one. Make sure he doesn't get any freebies here. There we go. This is going far too well. I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop, as it were. What anomaly are we gonna have to fight as a boss here? Are we gonna fight the giant foot? Okay, now we have 5 of those guys. Okay, this is gonna hurt. Okay, the nasty skill. Second nasty one. Third one. Alright, she has plenty of Sanity. Win that one. Plenty of Sanity. You only have a plus 10 though. That's a maybe. You will definitely win against that. And you... Alright, we'll do yours against that one. Dang it. Okay, and then I win rate and it moved everybody around. Okay, no, I want that there. I want that one there. And I want yours there. Go. Is there a daily reward thing? Yeah, there is. It's like 2 weeks long. And at the end, you can pick an ego. XCOM sounds pretty good. Yeah, yeah. To be a season 1 selector, I think that's at the end of my newbie thing. We get like one character that's old, and then we get an ego. Ow, ow. Really? I guess they just have so many more attacks than I have. Chad says, I'm kind of torn on liking the game, but I hate the gotchas. This is the least gotcha I've ever seen. Once you get a little bit in the game, there's a like weekly dungeon that you play, and that in that dungeon you get the loot boxes, and the loot boxes drop shards that you can use to pick characters. So you don't have to actually pull on the gacha. Once you get to that point, you can just farm for the shards and use the shards to get the characters. That's all in theory. I haven't actually done that yet, but that's my understanding of how that system works. All right, we're gonna damage. I guess that's okay. Let's finish off those guys.
명령대로 하겠습니다.
You barely interact with the gacha as soon as you get access to them. You're done. Yeah, that's kind of my plan. I said it before, but generally speaking, I play gachas as free to play. But if I like them when I start, I usually buy at least one battle pass just to give the company a little bit of support. You got to support the games that you like, in my opinion. So that's usually how I do them. Although I have been playing Nothingness to Everness completely free to play. Been playing for about a week, partway through Canto 4. Tried the mirror dungeon, but got your teeth kicked in. See, the exit's over there. Bloody persistent, isn't it? Well, we'll have to distract them somehow before we can get away. Why don't you throw one of us at them? You can revive us later anyways. Why are you looking at me? Hold on, look over there. Leave this to me. Sonia, what are you playing at? Raja, what are you talking about? Just let him do his thing. We need all the help we can get. No one ever helps for free, you know. There's got to be something. It's just like how you simply couldn't hold yourself back from using that axe that day. I'm discovering that I might have a similarly inexplicable drive. Dante, I take it that your organization is working to make the world a better place in your own eyes, right? Actually, I have no idea what we're doing. What does a better world entail? For the first time, I was reminded I never questioned the motivations of Limbus Company. Yep. Thankfully, none of my contemplative fudging reached Sonia, and he took my lack of response as a sign of agreement. Silence speaks volumes. I'll take that as a positive. And one more thing, that child will soon visit you too. Child? Huh? Ah, sorry. My eyes must have fooled me. I thought I saw something on his forehead for a second. Yes, I mean the boy that left quite an impression on you. It'll be a touching reunion, I mean. Sonia nudges his chin at something behind him. A faint light between him and the fallen block's ice giving a distinct glow. The golden bow. Please, Virgil's gonna beat us if we don't bring a bow back. Don't expect me to act on the same impulse of kindness when we meet again, though. If a clear path towards prosperity of any of the many shows itself before its eyes, I'll take it without hesitation. It's also free on Steam, so, you know, you can always quit. Free is a good price. Try to avoid picking Clash Power or Final Power at the end of floor penalties, and it isn't too bad. As Sonia left us with the mysterious message, the Eurodva began to show up one after another. While this may have been a good time as any for touching farewells, I won't forget you. Then I saw that Rania was the first to sprint for the exit. Rodian, are you not concerned? About what? Irrespective of the consequential differences, he was nevertheless a fellow of yours. Ah, that? Yeah, he's a clever dude. I'm sure he'll figure out a way to live and all that jazz. Truly an ideal form of friendship. He said the thing. Sometime later. Though I was just about ready to pass out, I had to give Virgilus a brief report of what we went through today on account of his fierce gaze. I see. So that's your story. There's just one thing that bothers me, though. This man, Sonia, was it? His actions during the final moments don't quite align with what he pursues. His ideology. We need to get a clear idea of his true intentions before moving on from this. Hey, time out. First you saying and now you two. Why does everyone care about Sonia than me? I'm the one who got the golden bow, what, aren't I? As a plus, check this out, everyone. From her pockets, pulled a colorful bunch of gambling chips in her hands. We can exchange these cuties for cash at any casino, so we should drop by one. I nabbed them while our one and only manager hit the jackpot and dazzled the floor. I'm impressed that you thought to pocket that amongst the chaos.
어때, 베르?
Well, Verge, what do you say to a juicy serving of prime sirloin steak to celebrate the abounding success today? Any thoughts, Karan?
피도 먹고 싶어.
Seems Mephi wants it too. Fresh, succulent, juicy meat. Of all the things you could have mentioned. Alright then, I'll entrust Rodian with the task of locating the venue for our team dinner.
알았어.
Okay, vroom vroom.
이제 좀 말이 통하는
Now we're talking,
거지.
Verge. After all that's said and done, profound anxiety trembles beneath her grin, but she soon slips under the mask of levity without a trace.
나는 좀
She's the character who's
쩐다니까.
based on Crime and Punishment, by the way, if we didn't catch the references from that little storyline we just went through. The murdering and whatnot. I'm pretty rad, aren't I? Alright, I have a feeling we're gonna get a song here. I think I will mute that. Yeah, since we didn't have any other ones today. Well, I thought this one was okay. I've been told by multiple sources that this is one of the weaker Cantos, so yeah, it was okay. I think I definitely like Gregor's better. So yeah, we'll definitely be holding off judgment for Canto 3. Since I have some knowledgeable people here, is Canto 3 about the same length as Canto 2, or is it longer? Do I need to plan on multiple days, or 4 to 5 hours a doable stream to finish that? I can't believe Korean gacha spoiled Crime and Punishment twice. Dude, there's a statute of limitations on spoiling Crime and Punishment. I think we're past that. I had a friend once who had never seen Star Wars, and somebody made a Star Wars reference. He's like, dude, I haven't seen that. We're like, okay, there's a limit, man. There is a limit. Movies that were made before you were born, you can't say no spoilers. That's pretty ridiculous. Prius. All right, well, hey, who would have thought that she would be the non-screw-up character? I would not have put that in my vote on that one. Canto always... Yeah, well, we did today in one stream, though. That's what I'm saying. Is it longer, shorter, a little bit longer? Okay. Honestly, Canto. Well, today I really wanted to get this one done. I think I will go ahead and move past here. I really wanted to get that one done because I really, really wanted to be able to do my dailies. And I knew we were going to have a stinger. Impressive, EuroDV. This is Herman. We know Herman. She's the lady who did Gregor's surgery. Not only did you manage to clear out the legion of foes, you also burned all the cash. You should know, Herman, that I've never been a friend of capital. I will admit, you're not like most idealists. You actually walk the talk. You'd have earned yourself a further compliment if you'd capped it all off by securing the golden bow. I showed Rodney the world, the same ideal reality that I fell for. Alas, I suppose it didn't win her over. It seems the method you suggested was wrong after all, Herman. She wasn't the kind of person to let a few words change her mind. So, did you find this regrettable? Well, part of me might have wished that she'd follow me, like in the past. Actually, never mind. I think I'm actually relieved to find things haven't changed at all. Rodney never wished for the perfect, flawless utopia. Rather, she might have felt that it would have been boring to live in such a world, since there'd be no way to affirm that she's special. That's the impression I got. I thought her to be a woman of virtue and unshakable principle. Turns out, she's just a dreamer, just like yourself. I think you may need to... Yeah, me too. My voice is shot. Absolutely shot. She still has a long ways to go, after all. Though I doubt she'll admit that. I get your point. I'll keep it in mind for future considerations on our course of action. You won't scold me for this? I did ultimately fail to complete the task you gave me. Would reprimanding you make the bow suddenly appear at our feet? No. It's fine. Wherever bows may be right now, what matters more is who claims the bundle at the end. Canto 4 is much longer. 100 XP. Basic identity uptide. So we get all these guys get an upgrade. This should unlock our third skill, I believe. Basic ego thread spun. We got upgrades on our egos. This is only for the base identities, I believe. This is not what we're gonna normally get. Backdoor volatility detected. Red Lux Cavation has been unlocked. That's what I actually needed. Mirror Dungeon has been unlocked, which I probably can't do yet. It appears you've grown more familiar with the field of command, Dante. Your abilities should now be sufficient to access a core function of Mesofossilies. Please enter the Mirror Dungeon. In a Mirror Dungeon, you experiment and test various possibilities. Completing a run grants Battle Pass XP and a certain amount of lunacy. I'm not going to read this on stream, so I'm going to back out of that one for now. Okay, I got what I wanted, which was to be able to run the thread mission. So that is definitely going to be it for us tonight. So my plan is, today is Monday, right? I'm pretty sure today is Monday. On Wednesday, we will be back with Canto 3. It sounds like I might need to split that into 2. And then I'll make a decision after we finish Canto 3, whether I'm going to do some farming and then we'll stream something else for a little bit and come back around. Or maybe we'll push through into Canto 4 if I'm liking what I'm seeing. So a little up in the air. Wednesday definitely will be Canto 3 though. So should be there. Same thing for the morning stream. I'll be back on Wednesday with Scroll of Taiwu. And beyond Wednesday, it'll be Friday for the next set of streams. So a couple of days of recording, assuming my voice will hold up here. Just like before, if you enjoyed the content, a like goes a long ways to helping me out. It shows YouTube that people with good taste like you might enjoy this content, and it shows it to them. If you're not subscribed, I hope I've earned your subscription. I'd love to have you back. If you'd like to support the channel, you can always leave a super chat while I'm live, a super thanks on a video or VOD. Consider becoming a channel member or the Patreon in the channel info. I also have a Discord. If YouTube doesn't notify you when I go live, you can always join that. I do it at everyone in my announcement channel about 15 minutes before I go live. All right, guys, hope you had a good Monday. I will see you hopefully on Wednesday. Babble out.